All these major redefining moments of the human civilization has come through the reflection on one's own experience and sharing it insights with the others. This is the common thread that is binding all the learning and development stories in the society, and same is the spirit behind the case study methodology for the management lessons also. Carrying the same spirit forward, this platform, that is Anubhav, also provides the opportunity for the working professionals, academicians, and the students to develop further the original management cases. Anubhav, the management case study contest is organized through a collaborative effort of Management Training Institute, SAIL, and National HRD Network. This year, the edition is the 10th edition of Anubhav, the journey which started in 2013. And this year we have received total of 36 cases in two categories, category A, that is corporate, and category B for academic. The formal journey of this year's edition started on June 1 when the event was declared and the registrations were opened. Among the selected cases of the stage 1, screening was done, and we are happy to welcome all the finalists over here. There are 4 finalist teams in each category, that is 4 for category A and similarly 4 for category B. And the sequence of the presentations will be as I will be announcing now. I assume that the same has already been communicated to you over the mail, as we have also confirmed with you. The finalists are comprising of, in category A, for the case, presenting with the case, the Fruta Cafe, reinvigorating health and wellness in the new normal. The author are Kavaljit Dikshit, Professor and Vice Principal, International School of Informatics and Management; Kavya Sani, Associate Professor, International School of Informatics and Management; Tanjul Saxena, Professor and Principal, Mahatma Gandhi College of Hospital Administration; and Amisha Dikshit, Student, BTech, 7th semester, BIT Meshra. I welcome you. Next case, Employee Wellness at the Crossroads. The author is Ms. Shiji Linden, Assistant Professor at Somaiya Vidyavihar University. In category B, the third case is titled Hiring and Retention, Overcoming the Deficit of Human Resources. The authors are Shweta Dani, Assistant Professor, Narsi Munji Institute of Management Studies; Priyata Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor, Bharati Vidyapit Institute of Management Studies and Research; Shiji Shukla, Assistant Professor, Indore Institute of Management and Research; and Anurag Khare, Assistant Professor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences. For the fourth case in this category, the title is Influence of Motivation and Locus of Control. The authors are Priyanka Dalmia, Associate Professor, Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology, and Vaishali Goel, Associate Professor, Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology. Moving forward to the next category, the first case is titled Flying a Turbulent Flight, the Transition to New System. The author are Rituparna Das, Assistant Manager RCL; Anindita Ghosh, Manager RCL; Kunal Roy, Senior Manager RCL, all from Durgapur Steel Plant, SAIL. For the next case, titled Formulation of Eligibility Criteria for Successful Tendering Process, the authors are Rachna Ranjan, Senior Manager; Vikas Kumar, DGM; and Abhaya Kumar, GM, all from CET, SAIL. For third case in this category is PAPL Digital Lending as Business Model Innovation of SBI. The authors are Vijay Joshi, Kanak Wadwani, Professor N. Krishna Kumar from SBI. For the last case in this group is titled Ride the Eagle. Authors are Shubhra Dhara from RDCIS, Digvijay Singh from Management Training Institute, SAIL, and Shabnam Sadab from MTI, all from the SAIL. To evaluate the finalists, we also have among us the eminent jury comprising of Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir is former professor of IIM Indore and Amity University. At present, sir is also engaged as a consultant at Center for VUCA Studies. We also have Dr. Gordon Sani, Associate Professor, School of Management and Labor Studies, Tata Institute of Social Science, and is also Chairperson of Center for Social and Organizational Leadership, School of Management and Labor Studies. We also have among the finalist panel, Dr. Anshuman Hazarika, who is Assistant Professor IIM Ranchi, and his field of core interest are international economic law and trade and investment law. So I welcome you all, the participants and the judges. And to further proceed with the opening remarks and to explain further the rules and the brief guidelines of the to the participants and the jury, I invite the man behind the event, who is the key person driving the whole event, Mohammad Yusuf Hussain, sir. Sir is GM and senior faculty member at MTI. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Rajesh, and welcome all the participants. And I thank the jury members also.
Sir, Yusuf sir, you are not audible, sir.
And taking all the trouble to go through all the cases and also be available for this longish session, which is almost the first half before lunch today. There are a few guidelines which are very, very important for the participants as well as jury to know, so that the final that we are having today is as smooth as possible. One is time management. Time is very important because come what may, we have to finish everything by 1 p.m. And for time management, there are two things. We have already informed the participants who will be presenting the cases that their cases have been well read by all the jury members. So 15 minutes have been given to them. So the best opportunity they have in this 15 minutes is to highlight the aspects of management learning, which otherwise they feel that they might have missed while presenting the case. So this is a management case study contest. The essence of management case study contest is that it should provide opportunity to drive managerial learning. So managerial learning, there are a host of managerial competencies which have already been listed in the instruction for the participants. And there are functional competencies, functional managerial competencies also. So the range of managerial competencies for which discussion is possible using the cases, that is one way to evaluate the cases, and the depth to which each of the managerial competency or functional competency can be discussed using the cases that have been presented. So basically the depth and the range of managerial competencies which can be discussed using the cases that have been submitted, that is going to be evaluated. Now this is an opportunity to the participants to in a way, in a very, very short presentation, just 15-minute presentation, let the jury members know that how the cases can be deployed for managerial learning. And time management, as I told you, is very important. So 15 minutes, after 15 minutes, you will be notified that your 15 minutes are over. And after 20 minutes, again, there will be bell, similar to what Rajesh has just now sounded. And after 25 minutes, we will have to close the presentation. 5-minute buffer time we have given for switching between the two presentations. So I've already sent the schedule of presentations. So when the first presenter group is making the presentation, I will request the second group to be in the lobby of the meeting. So as well, as soon as the first group presentation is over, we will like to take the second group presentation without losing much time for connecting to this session. And the other members, they can watch the proceedings live on the YouTube link that has been given. While the session is going on, only the jury members will be there, and the participants who are making the presentation, they will be there. And few of the participants have yet to send their presentation to us. Why we seek your presentation? Because just in case there is some abruption because of the connectivity issue, we will have the opportunity to at least run your presentation from here and take you on mobile. So that is our idea. I will say a fallback measure just in case our connectivity falls. This is all that I had to say. At the end of the presentation, we will send a separate link to the jury members so that they can discuss amongst each other the merits of each case, their observations. And finally, the jury members will be identifying the winners and the runners up for the two categories, that is Format A, Format B. Format A is basically the corporate cadre, corporate format. Why we call it corporate format? It's not that in format A category the academicians do not participate. They do participate. Why we call it corporate format? Because they are typically solved cases, and solved cases, they have potential to be developed as a case study using the facts and figures given here by developing separate teaching notes for the same. And format B is typically the case study format which is being used by business school across the world for driving learning about different material and functional competencies. So that is all. If there is any question, myself and Rajesh, we can take your question. Have you been listening to me? Rajesh, you can take over.
Yes. So thank you, sir. So I presume that there are no questions. So shall we move further with the actual round that we all are waiting for and have prepared a lot. So I request the first team, I will move as per the schedule already communicated. The first team is with the Day Fruta Cafe, and they have already uploaded their presentation. May I request all the other team to kindly move from the meeting? Can you leave the meeting, sir, please? Except the first group of Dr. Kavaljit Dikshit, Kavya Sani, Tanjul Saxena, Amisha Dikshit, and the jury members. All rest are requested to kindly leave the meeting. The meeting in being live streaming at YouTube, so you can please watch over there.
Sir, can we start?
Rajesh, should we leave or you will put us?
So I request other members to kindly leave. Wait, I will just kind of check. So the first team is from Dr. Kavya, Dr.
Yes,
Kamalji, Dr. Tanjul, and Amisha Dikshit. Your team is ready?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are very
Yes,
much
you're audible.
We all can hear you.
All good.
Okay. So with the permission of judges, sir, can we proceed with the first
Sure,
presentation?
please.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
So you can start. The time starts now.
Good morning, eminent jury members and event organizers. We are indeed pleased to present our case titled The Fruta Cafe, Reinvigorating Health and Wellness in the New Normal. The case has been authored by me, Kavya Sani, Dr. Tanjul Saxena, and Omisha Dikshit. And today, I, along with Kavya Sani, present this case before the jury members. We will begin our case with a small quotation. And it is a famous quote by Albert Einstein, in which he had said, "In the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity." And we all are aware that COVID for the last 2 years had been challenging for people all over the world. But there was one positive thing in this COVID pandemic, and that was positive improvements in dietary habits. And Food and Health Survey findings have also indicated that 54% of the consumers all over the world are now more caring about the healthfulness of their food than ever before. And then second, in the new normal, health emerged as a key focus. Sugary drinks were replaced by fruits, salads. Sir, I hope we are audible to the jury members.
Yes, you are Dr. Kavya.
Okay, sir. So, sir, sensing this opportunity and understanding the consumer interest in healthier eating, which had accompanied this new normal, Shashank Bilal, along with his wife Devshri Jain, in August 2021, founded De Fruta Cafe, a cafe meant to serve fresh fruits and vegetables preparation to the health-conscious consumers of Pink City of Rajasthan. So, with this background,
Yes.
with this background, the flow of our presentation would include a brief introduction to the protagonist, Shashank Bilala, the genesis of the idea where a call made all the difference, the key decisions involved, the business model, challenges that were faced by them, future plans, utility of the case, and validity of the teaching notes. The protagonist, Shashank Bilal, is actually a fourth generation entrepreneur, and his father was already dealing in wholesale business of fruits and vegetables. He started his earlier venture by the name Farm to Table, and it was in the year 2018 that he started it, under which he procured locally produced fruits and vegetables directly from the farm and supplied it to hotels, restaurants, canteens, etc. And he was ensuring the natural ingredients are preserved while he is supplying them. So, it was with this background that he received a call in around January 2021 when one of his friends, who was a fitness enthusiast, relocated from USA to take care of his aging parents during pandemic. And this boy called up Shashank one day and he said that everything is very good in the Pink City, but since I am a health freak, I miss out authentic hygienic juice shops in the city, which were lot in there in America. So Shashank's friend, while ending the phone call, just gave a simple statement. He said, "Friend, health requires healthy food." And this one sentence made Shashank thinking. He realized that since I already have my back-end supply chain in place, it would be better if I do something in fruits and vegetables only. So after long discussion with his family and friends, and after researching cafes in Ahmedabad and Mumbai, he opened Deep Fruta, and he opened it in a cafe format. He had various options to come up with a vending machine, kiosk, or a mobile van, but he went in for the cafe format. So the key decisions at the time of the launch that Deep Fruta he had to undertake while launching Deep Fruta were: Deep Fruta targeted who would be the target customer. He pondered over it, and he found that Deep Fruta should target health conscious millennials of the Pink City with his healthy offerings. He felt that the millennials are the one who have high disposable income and they are also bothered about the healthy lifestyle. Then he further thought, what should be the customer's requirement or what is the customer asking from us? So he said, let me give them an experience or a concept which is inspired by Mother Nature, which is inspired by Earth. So he said, I wanted to offer the best of produce, locally grown and full of everything good, because he felt that this is significant for the customer. Next, it was the time for deciding the brand name for his venture. So Shashank wanted to give a catchy name to his venture, which would state the core brand values. And he zeroed down on De Fruta. De Fruta in Spain stands for fruits. After finalizing the brand name, he went in for designing a logo which was bright and depicting fruits, and he used color red and yellow because he felt that they are attention grabbing colors. And he positioned it with the tagline, as natural as you, because he wanted the customer to feel the positioning of naturalness and freshness. Next, in case of retail business, location is of strategic importance. So he thought, where should I locate my cafe? So De Fruta became operational from a popular locality in Jaipur situated at JLN Mark, which is close to World Trade Park, Fortis Hospital, and many other corporate offices. Then he thought that there should be certain gymnasiums close to my cafe because his target customer were the fitness enthusiast. So he targeted around 7 gyms around his cafe. Then next he wanted to save on some cost. So he opened his cafe at the entrance of the Night Jar Mart. It is a grocery store selling natural and organic products. So De Fruta had synergistic corporate alliances with this grocery store, and he felt that both the cafe as well as the grocery store were sharing the same value proposition of giving healthy offering to the customer. So this was the strategic location that he decided. He opened it right in front of the entrance of the Night Jar Mart. Coming down to what would be the product assortment that the cafe will serve to the customers. So for appealing to the customers, this is what Shashank says, that this is first of its kind cafe in Jaipur, which is serving detox juices, protein shakes, fresh juices, vegetable juices, fruit shots, smoothies, salads, and fruit cakes. And in salads, fruit cakes and cold pressed juices. And in salads, he was serving exotic salad, Mexican bean salad, and green salad. From here, it was very important to decide the USP for the cafe. So he said that one thing was very clear, that I wanted to give natural products. So his products were full of freshness where there was no room for preservatives. He went in for healthy fruit cakes, which were never heard in the city before, which is a cake which is made without use of bread and cream. Then detox juices was another category that was decided by the cafe owners, that protect and safeguard the body by flushing out toxins. All this development took place during the pandemic, that he thought that these things will be important for the customer. Coming down to the product's unique differentiation, D Fruta offers around 215 fruit preparations made from different combination of fruits, exotic apples to dragon fruits, green apples to juicy kiwis. Moreover, while using seasonings also, they have been very particular in making use of healthy seasonings like sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, and basil seeds. More importantly, all the offerings are completely natural and fresh with zero addition of any artificial flavors, sugars, preservatives, or any kind of concentrates. This was their major USP. Coming down to the packaging part, packaging, since they wanted to supply the juices to all the corners of the city and they had tied up with Swiggy and Zomato, they wanted a packaging which could keep the flavors intact. Although glass bottles proved to be a little expensive for the owner, but he went in for glass bottles in order to enhance the product life and maintain the freshness of the products. Then coming down to the pricing part, after carefully studying the competitors and after watching the market trends, they decided on differential pricing for their brand. Since shots were for the first time launched in Jaipur, they were available, fruit shots were available in Ahmedabad, but they were not available in city of Jaipur. They went in for pricing a single fruit shot at only rupees 30, while a pack of 4 could be taken at rupees 120 and pack of 6 came at 160. Fresh fruit juices, they had priced competitively at 100 and between 100 to 150. And why we are saying 100, we will just come down to the next slide. While viewing the market, which Shashank is very particular, he always mentions that whenever you have to launch your product, you have to carefully watch the competition that is available. He observed that his major competitor would be a national chain of smoothie bars in the city. This is a chain which originated in 2016 from Hyderabad, but it has also opened its franchisee outlet in Malviya Nagar in Jaipur itself, very close to Deep Fruta Cafe. And he found that the juices that they are serving come at a price range of rupees 150. So this is the competitors cafe. This is one of the organized player which Shashank studied at the time of launch, a chain of smoothie bars. It was launched by Samrat Reddy and they run 130 outlets in the country currently. The next, the founders also studied the unorganized juice shops which were popular in the city, and one juice shop that was particularly popular with the Jaipur residents was Gulnar, and their juices and shakes were priced at rupees 30. So considering that Drunken Monkey is giving a juice at 150 and Gulnar is offering it at rupees 30, Shashank priced his juices from rupees 100. Now getting down, after studying carefully, the important questions were answered, the business model that they developed, and for the current case study, we have used Johnson Christensen model, which was comprising of 4 key elements. One is customer value proposition, profit formula, key processes, and key resources. So on these 4 elements, we have studied the business model for D Fruta. And we found that in customer value for proposition, the cafe is offering products which are not only delicious, but they are also hygienic and of great nutritional value. This one thing is very important for customers, specifically during this post-pandemic time. To further add authenticity to the product offerings, D Fruta also came up with the concept of live counters, where the customers could customize their shakes, salads, and smoothies, and could also see what is being put in their dishes. Then after this, they also on customers' recommendation added hydrated tonics and gave them catchy names. Their hydrated tonics with health benefits include alkalizer tonic, heart tonic, weight loss tonic, anti-aging tonic. Similarly, in case of detox juices, they launched full body detox, stress relief detox, anti-inflammatory detox, and immunity detox. And to reach out to the wide spectrum of customers, after 6 months of their launch, they revamped their menu and added certain other beverages like lemon tea, black tea, ginger tea, and basil tea. Further, under customer value proposition, they did 2 more things. They gave something which the city was not acquainted to before. They launched fruit shots, which was first time in Jaipur, although it was available in other cities of the country. Next, what they did was, this is a sample, one menu card for fresh fruit juices, which we have displayed here, but they made their menu cards extremely informative so that the customer is well informed that what is the health benefit he is getting once he consumes this juice. So like if, for example, if we take the plum category, it has been mentioned that it is better for digestion and lowers cholesterol. Similarly, if we take up lychee category, it says that it protects you against UV rays and improves your blood circulation. So similarly, for all the product offerings, the health benefits were explained. Getting down to the profit part, although he already had a venture by the name Farm to Table and he had his family backing, but he wanted to do everything on his own. And this is one example for our students also, that he could launch the cafe with an initial investment of rupees 15 lakhs. Although he thought he would only spend 12 lakhs, but then there were certain additional expenditures in packaging and other technology. So he had to initially invest 15 lakhs, and they have still not been able to break even, which they anticipate to do by the end of this year, around November 2022. And to save on the, or to achieve economies of scale, they operated from their cell-phone warehouse, and they have shared their opening rentals with the grocery store, the Nightjar Mart. Getting down to the key resources, the company invested in refrigerators, ice machines, juicers, and brought 14 staff on board initially. And like we initially mentioned, they have tied up with Swiggy and Zomato for their marketing channel purpose. And they have also kept their customers engaged through Instagram. Under key processes, they took care of purchase of raw materials, branding, regulatory approvals, regular employee recruitment and training. So this was their business model that they worked with. And after carefully studying the business model, we realized that it is a place which is well furnished, youthful, lively, and particularly very famous with the fitness enthusiast and upwardly mobile customers of the city. So we felt that the model is reasonably sustainable. And with current rating of 4.6 out of 5 by Restaurant Guru and Google, the cafe is resonating well with the consumer lifestyle of the Pink City residents of Rajasthan. Now, getting down to the challenges, when there are opportunities, challenges are also embedded in them. So challenges that are in front of them are high cost of retail real estate, high rentals, and maintaining sustained traffic on all days. Then next is shakes, juices. Consumers generally consume less in colder seasons. So the company is also working out on launching hot soups, because in Pink City for 4 months, winter seasons are there. Winter season is there. Then Indian consumers are not greatly exposed to expensive, healthy juices. So that is another challenge for the company. And the current cost margin does not allow the company to move to other cities immediately. And again, lack of availability of qualified and skilled manpower is an issue for the cafe right now. Under keeping these challenges in mind, the future plans of the cafe include: the founders the founders are attempting 4 things at their end. One is they launched real fruit, fresh fruits pulp. They have recently experimented with 16 fresh fruit pulps, which they are saving at a minimum temperature of -30 degrees, so that during off season also they can be able to sustain customer need for certain juices. Like mango is in off season now, but they should be able to supply it. So they tried with fruit pulp. They are trying with fruit pulp. And next, what they did was, in order to create further brand awareness for their brand, they started putting fruits and vegetables in decent packages in different supermarkets of Delhi, Ahmedabad, and Jaipur, with deep Fruta packaging on them, so that the customers are able to understand the brand name further. Then Deep Fruta further have plans to go pan-India, and they have already started working on their digital marketing campaign, Prasar India. In fact, they wanted to do it by the beginning of the next year, but since the cost is a constraint, they are waiting for another 6 months to launch it pan-India. Next, they went in by launching Deep Fruta Boutique, which is a recent initiative, and it has already been put in the market, wherein they are giving exotic fruits in wooden decorative baskets as personal and corporate gifts. So after carefully studying all the business model and the future plans of the company, we thought of thinking how the case can be useful for the management students. So this is how the teaching notes were validated by us between the time period that was allotted. Once we received that we are among the finalists, after receiving this intimation, we had given the case, we received the intimation in the last week of August. So we gave the case among the students for self-study and individual analysis of the case. After this, these students visited the Fruta Cafe to have a better understanding of the location, ambience, and overall staff behavior. Under stage 3, a small group discussion with fellow students before the class for developing new perspectives on the case with other group members was held. Then under stage 4, the case was deployed in the classroom for generating discussion and to validate the teaching notes, because there were certain issues for discussion which were discussed in the class. Then a workshop was held with the founder, Mr. Bilala, to further initiate discussion on finer aspects of business. And then students submitted the written analysis of cases with their individual observations. So the case questions for class discussion included: what were the strategies Fruta can adopt to expand, sustain, and compete? Actually, the founders were also looking for certain suggestions from the students, and there was one suggestion in particular that they received when one of the students who was from Kota advised the founders that, sir, if you can launch something which could be a combo in our city, because there are many students studying from various places in Kota, but if you can do it, that you give a juice along with some eatable at rupees 100. So the suggestion was well accepted by the founders. Next, in these questions, we also discussed the business model of Fruta. This was the workshop that was held with the founder, and these were the students who were there. This is the one of the case authors along with the founders at the time of the workshop. And the managerial learning that the students told us and that we felt was that everywhere nowadays, even students are witnessing lot of government impetus on increasing entrepreneurship and startup culture in the city. So this was one cafe which was not highly capital intensive. It gave ideas to the students that it is not difficult to come up with your own startup, provided you have a breakthrough idea for it and you have the will and passion to do it. So another managerial competencies that were enclosed in the case was, it included analyzing challenges and opportunities in entrepreneurship, particularly in the new normal, studying the feasibility of a business idea, assessing customer needs, studying competition carefully, and analyzing business model. So, sir, this was how we went about our case on Fruta, and that is all from our side, sir. We are open to questions.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. I seek one or two clarification.
Yes, sir.
My first clarification is about the teaching notes.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
have you given teaching notes with your case or not?
Sir, we have given teaching notes with our case, sir.
With your case, okay.
Yes, sir.
So what is the teaching note? Because I perhaps couldn't find that. Okay, thanks for your presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Sir, in the teaching notes, we had enclosed a summary of the Fruta Cafe, and we had discussed the business model elements were not put up in the case study itself. It was included in the teaching notes. So the business model and the strategic challenges and opportunities were enclosed in the teaching notes, sir.
Okay. So which audience you want to address to your case? Which discipline?
Sir, entrepreneurship and marketing strategies for survival.
Okay. Entrepreneurship. So
Yes.
have you included something about entrepreneurship in your teaching notes?
Sir, we have included entrepreneurship aspects only in our teaching notes, managerial lessons, entrepreneurial lessons that people can learn for a retail cafe.
Okay. Now, can you tell me what are three important issues in this case?
Yes, sir. Sir, the three important issues are that what we felt was that the moment the founder had started his own business, farm to table, COVID struck. And only they were just taking hold of the market, and in a year's time, it became very challenging for them. And for 1 year, they were at home. So, under adverse circumstances, what was the opportunity that came knocking, and how they capitalized on the opportunity part? That since they thought that we already have our supply chain in place, we are already dealers in fruits and vegetables, it would be good if we do something in the forward chain, that is in the distribution channel. So three learnings that we found was that they did something in the supply chain, that they went in for
So one issue was supply chain. What is second issue?
Sir, they had the raw materials in place. Second is they carefully studied studied competitors because they felt that in the market there is no, and it is true, sir, that there is no, but there is no organized healthy juice cafe in the city. We had not put it in our presentation, but the founder in his conversation with the students time and again mentioned that this is the first of its type healthy juice shakes and smoothies cafe in the city. So that was the second observation, and third was that they are not very, they are not very cash rich currently, although he has his family's backing, but he wants to stand on his own. So with the less capital investment or a lower capital investment also, people can students can take initiative and they can come up. They don't need venture capital funding at all times. So what we found was raw materials have to be in place. You have to study competition carefully, and you have to be offering a differentiated product to the market, and then market acceptance will definitely come. We did not mention here, but he mentioned to the students that I have already made a sales of rupees 80 lakhs in the past 1 year, and I plan to break even. So we think that it was a reasonable business idea that was launched in the city, sir. And then now, yes, sir. Sir, any more questions? And sir, one more thing, and now they are not even stopping here. They are coming up with innovative ideas like Deep Fruta Boutique, then coming up with real fruit pulps. So, and going pan-India with Deep Fruta packaging of fruits and vegetables. So we think they have a futuristic vision. That is what we personally feel, sir. Sir, a few of our students were little discouraged during COVID, so it was a very big morale booster for the students to see that among adversity, there is opportunity.
And can I ask one or two questions?
Yes, sir, surely, sir.
Yeah. So what Dr. Ashok Kumar asked, very similar. So from a teaching point of view,
Yes.
okay, although case has a lot of details, it has a lot of things, entrepreneurship, market research, positioning, growth strategies, business model, right? So you have several things into it. So what are the key learnings you plan to take away from this case study? Or what are the key dilemmas? You mentioned some of these. So are there such things that you thought about which did not come out quite well in the teaching note, which is there in the PDF file? I gone through the teaching note. So what are the key dilemmas or what are the key takeaways from this case study that you want to derive
Sir,
from?
first we will address the key dilemmas and then we will address the key takeaways from the case study. The issues that are that will be there is one is, sir, it is that health is suddenly a very hot topic post pandemic. But the only thing is that maybe if this fad fades away, that is that if people slowly get back to the fast food culture again, because healthier propositions are not very tasty at times. So sustaining traffic or sustaining footfalls in a healthy cafe is one key challenge that may happen once 1 year or 2 year down the line. So that will be one challenge. Second is the moment a particular cafe is successful, there are other competitors, because when we had done a case study with one of our tea joint, it was by the name Tapri. The moment it became successful, there were so much mushrooming growth of other tea joints in the city. So this the founder himself is skeptical that this may happen, that there will be a problem that other competitors will launch, because it is not a very capital intensive business. The third thing that we feel could be a problem for them is that they don't want to invest too much funds, and retail space or rentals are very costly. So to expand, it will be a challenge for them, because then there will be cost involved. Fourth thing that we personally feel, that we have also studied in various cases, that they should not, although the founders plan to expand, but this is what our co-authors and I personally feel, that they should consolidate before expanding, because many cafes have crashed down. So what we feel is that they should make their model sustainable for another 3 to 5 years before they go and think of pan India, because more stores or Subhiksha stores, they expanded very too much and they couldn't control that expansion. But probably they will the founders are also thinking on franchisee model, but then will the franchisee be able to serve the healthy offerings in the same way that they are doing, because it's a perishable food product. So sir, these are few challenges that we anticipate that the founders may face. And And coming down to the key takeaways that you told, you asked us on. So from this case point, when we discussed it in the class, there were many questions that we had initially put a slide also in the presentation, but then we took it out. But I will share the key takeaways. First is, while coming up with a retail cafe, what should be the format that you should be adopting, whether you want to come up with a kiosk, vending machine, mobile van. Second is, where should you locate it? Should you open your cafe in a mall with high footfalls in a food court, or should you come up with a standalone concept? Third is, how will you target your customers? So herein, sir, the founders shared with us that they have gone to the gyms and they are offering 25% commission to all the gyms. They have done a tie-up with the gyms. So who will be your target customer and how will you approach them? Is the next takeaway. Then a glass of juice which they are pricing at 125 rupees goes to Swiggy and Zomato. So how to make the marketing channel also cost effective, or what could be the other ways that the product can be made reachable to the final customer? So number of things were studied in the entrepreneurial lesson, from the retail format to the strategic location to innovating your menu. They further thought what all items should be there which are differentiated from the other product offerings in the city. And next is how to keep changing your menu so that customer finds something new every time he walks in. Initially, they did not want to serve vada pav or even Maggie at their outlet, and they were forced by the customers because certain customers, along with their juices or shakes, requested them to keep this somewhat unhealthy offering also. So they are also keeping it, but then they felt that they will offer white bread, brown bread option. Then they will put lots of veggies in the grilled sandwich. So this way they are revamping their menu with regard to the accompaniments on request of the customers. So like I had already told earlier also, sir, they had also from time to time, they have to give catchy names to their offerings. So they are putting names like Blossom, Zoom, Orange, because every time they have to do something new to keep the customer interest intact with the cafe. Sir, could we
Okay.
answer your
Yeah,
question,
yeah.
sir?
Thank you. Thank you. I
Thanks
got
a
what
lot,
you are
sir.
trying to
Thank you
convey.
so much, sir.
That's fine. Thank you. Over to Dr. Anshuman. You want to?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just one question from me. So, do you see that this is something which could be done with back-end availability of knowledge in the fruits and vegetables market? So, do you see it also as a factor that it's only basically adding to the forward value chain, right? Or is there any other learning that you can move into new domains where there is a fresh availability or lack of market, or is it always required that you have a back-end supply chain available? So what sort of a target audience are you looking at? Are you telling that, okay, if you have a back-end supply chain available, please move forward? Is that what you're projecting?
No, sir, that is in this particular case, the back-end supply chain was in place. And but we have done other cases also. In that cases, sir, the founders had to start on their own. So in this particular case study, the founder got advantage of his back-end supply chain of fruits and vegetables, and he's continuing that business separately. He's supplying even now his fruits and vegetables to hotels, caterers, and canteens. But what we were actually saying was that in this particular case study, the raw materials were readily available. But this is not what I and my co-author feel, because Dr. Kavya Seni is the coordinator for E-Igniters, the entrepreneurship cell on our campus. So, sir, we have authored around 25 to 30 case studies in the campus. So, in all the case studies, the back-end supply chain definitely does not hold true, sir. In certain cases, these founders had to start from scratch, sir. There are many businesses which had to be started from scratch.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, sir, we are done with team one then. So, thank you, team.
Thank you so
very
much.
much. Just a reminder to the team that we overshoot by 4 minutes. So, thank you. Thank you. May I request you to kindly leave the meeting? I will let the next team.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it has been very, very effectively managed. We are very appreciative the way it is managed. This is the third
Thank
or
you.
the fourth time we are participating in Anubhav 2022, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
So, welcome to the next participant, the next team. Employee Wellness at the Crossroads, Dr. Shiji Linden. You can switch on your camera, ma'am. Dr. Shiji Linden, you can switch on your camera.
Yeah, one second.
Just a reminder to you before you start, ma'am. 15 minutes of presentation time and 5 to 10 minutes of Q&A. I will put one buzzer at 15 minutes, second at 20 minutes, and the final buzzer off to the close at 25 minutes. So thank you.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes.
You are audible.
All right. I hope the screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. So, good morning to all of you. My name is Dr. Shiji Linden. I'm from KJ Somaya Institute of Management, Somaya Vidyavihar University. The title of my case is Employee Wellness at Crossroads. So this is going to be the flow of the presentation. I'll begin by talking about the company first, which is Progress Apparel Limited. Move on to talk about the employee engagement issues at the strategies and the activities there. Moving on to the project Asay, which is supposed to be the main thing in the case. Then very briefly talk about the dilemma faced by the protagonist. Will then focus, the major presentation would be focusing on the how it would be rolled out in the class. So what are the learning objectives, what is going to be the teaching plan, discussion, questions, etc. So as it is told to us that all the jury members have gone through the case, I'm not going to take it in great detail. But to begin with, this is about a company called Progress Apparel Limited, because at the moment I do not have the consent signed from the company. So I have disguised the name of the organization. Right. So Progress Apparel Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of Diamond Limited, and it was started in the year 2004. And Progress Apparel Limited is in the business of apparel, and they are into the manufacturing of suits and trousers, etc. And majority of their product is basically exported. So they're basically producing export quality products. And they have been a very forward looking organization, even with all the semi skilled, unskilled workers that they have. They have been engaging in a lot of things for the employees. And that's how for 3 consecutive years they have got the Great Place to Work award. And this award is primarily coming because of their work ethos, the culture that they have built in, the kind of environment that they have created for their women operators. Moving on, so the point of the case, these were the employee engagement initiatives that were already taken for the workers there. So workers in apparel setup are called as operators, and in this company, there were more than 80% of the operators were women. So looking into the requirement, looking into what can be done better for the employees, the company had already initiated things like creche facility, banking facility, so basic banking activities in terms of how to open a bank account. All these kind of things were the employees were trained for. They had dormitory because some of them were staying very, very far and things like that. So these were already in place, but the company was not really very happy with what was there. They wanted to do more. And that's how they had set up an occupational health center, which is more like a clinic. And they had set up in the premises itself, so that anytime women workers, operators, anyone has a need, they can visit the clinic. And because there were so many women operators, they had also made a provision for sanitary napkin, so that as and when there is a requirement, they can buy it from there, per piece costing around 6 rupees. They also initiated a health project around the basic understanding, basic awareness around menstrual issues, and they had tied up with an international company, and they were making awareness for the women, and not only making them aware, but also creating champions who would know about it and who can further educate. While all this was happening, it came to the notice of the protagonist of the case, which is Mr. Santosh Nambiar. It came to his notice through grapevine that women were finding it very difficult to buy these sanitary napkins from the center, the clinic, because the per piece price was very high. So what they were actually doing was, because it is an apparel company, there was a lot of leftover cloth which was there. So they were taking this leftover cloth, which was basically a waste for the organization. They were taking it home and they were using this unused or leftover cloth during their menstrual cycle. And these cloths, in their local language in Karnataka, they call it as chindis. Yeah, so when this came to the notice of Santosh and other team members, they were taken aback by a huge shock, saying the thought that they had, what they shared with me is this, that an organization which is producing a world class product, which is basically creating export quality material for people, their workers, we if they have to resort to certain things like this, which is basically putting their health at risk, we do not know what we are doing. And this was the kind of a concern that they had, and they said, okay, what more can be done? The first thought was, if women are already using these cloths, is there any way that we can, create an internal production of sanitary napkins with the leftover cloths that we have and make it usable? So with this thought, there was some internal engineers, they came together and some prototypes were created, and they did the clinical testing of the same. And the first prototype which they clinically tested, it was not good enough, because the material that was used was not cotton, and it was told to be unsafe for women. But this was a bothering concern for the team. So again, after some time, there was a student who was interning, and the project that was assigned to the student was with regards to study the feasibility, that if we have a proper, a different kind of an operating system, could this be done? He did his initial studies, and his study showed that it could be produced at around 2 rupee 50 paise. Without investigating much into that, the organization really jumped into saying, let's do it. And some initial investment around 4 to 5 lakhs were put into it, machinery was bought, and with a lot of enthusiasm, a new project, a new employee wellness project was introduced, called as Asay. Asay in Tamil basically means hope, and they wanted to create this hope for better living, better health for the women. But very soon they realized that the thing the manufacturing that they had started, the wellness program that they had started, was not going to be sustainable because of feasibility issue. Because what they realized is, though the actual production, the cost was coming to 6 rupees, which was very close to what they were initially selling, which was 6.5. And the concern was basically the number of units produced and the number of units sold was very little, because it was only around 200 to 300. And now again, feasibility study was carried out, and they realized that only it can come down to 2 rupee 50 paisa only if they are producing around 2000 to 3000 sanitary napkins. That means that they cannot restrict the sale of these subsidized sanitary napkin to their operators. It has to go beyond their own production, their own company. They had to look for other customers. So that's where the dilemma was, that what should be done, what should be the project, or the future of the project Asay. And as they were contemplating, they had three options in front of them. The first option, the obvious option that they had, was to really stop the manufacturing of the sanitary napkin, and instead kind of focus more on the training and awareness related to health issue, and continue to do what they were already doing, which is basically procure the sanitary napkin from the market and sell it to their employees, but now at a discounted price. uh, but if they were to do this, they had to absorb the difference, right? The option B basically is that they had was outsourcing this entire production. So this, because this is not their core competence, right? So the another option was, we continue to do this, but we will not do it ourselves. We can outsource this entire activity to another third party who can come use the office premises, can use make use of the cloth and things like that, and they produce this. And the third option that they were contemplating was basically to increase the production of the sanitary napkin and produce it at a level, and the company try to cater to women who are in the outskirts of the other companies, other sister concern and other companies who are in the outskirts of the same place, Bangalore. So this is briefly about the case. Now, one second. Moving on to, so quickly moving on to, while how to go ahead discussing it in the class, where can this be used, to which group it would be applicable. So we're saying that the primary objective of the case is basically to bring it to the class or bring it to students, as in what are the kind of problems that organizations while implementing wellness programs. So especially students who do not have too much of work experience, graduate, postgraduate level, would think of a lot of wellness program as good to have without basically looking into the feasibility or the financial implications. So this could be very nicely, and it could also do other thing if so rolled out in an HRM class or any class which is HR students, offer strategy where the entire concept of creating shared value can be and so I'll talk about how to do that, how can be done. So what I'm proposing is that case can be used as a single case of 90 minutes. And the concept that can be covered in this is basically employee engagement can be one point that can be covered. Another is employee wellness. And third is basically creating shared value. Now, depending upon the course, the instructor can decide which one to focus more on. One way of going ahead with the case discussion in the class could be to divide the class into two and have kind of a debate around big budget employee wellness programs. So for big budget and for and against of big budget. So that could be an opening for this. Another alternative opening for the case could be basically doing a role play in the class where one participant is identified as the protagonist Santosh and another is management representative, and they Santosh is basically asked to present a case supporting project Asay to continue with the use of continue with the project Asay, while another student could question the feasibility around it. So that could be another way of gathering interest of student into this entire issue. And at the end of either the debate or the role play, which is carried out in the class, there could be discussion questions that can be given to the students to have a in-depth understanding of the case. So the that I am as follows. It says the first question could be, should the company pursue project Asay or should it focus only on employee engagement issues? So the teaching note gives in detail how can this be done. I'll talk a little about that as well. The second could be, if you had to convince about the feasibility and implementation of Project Asay, how would you build a compelling argument for and against the scenarios provided? So the three options, basically looking into the for and against of each of them. And the third is, if whenever there is, so this could be another interesting thing for students, that whenever anything with regards to a wellness is introduced, what could be the ways to measure it, because measurement is very critical no matter what initiative it is, right? So a lot of times students may not, so it could be a good brainstorming exercise for student to come out with what could be the, for a initiative like this, what could be the various success measure. And the last, which is basically connecting it to the shared value, creating shared value. So the question could be, should company pursue this project from the lens of employee wellness, or there is a business idea in disguise there? So that could be another question. So talking about the theory connect in the case, what are the theories that we can connect? This may not be the first one, employee engagement. This may not be the main thing, but this can also be addressed in the case in terms of employee engagement. What is employee engagement? What are the like Gallup Q12, what are the various things, and look into the other aspects, what the company is already doing, and also this initiative, would it come under employee engagement? So when we talk about employee engagement, would employee decide to continue their association with the organization because of a wellness program? So what's the connect between engagement and wellness? That could be one. The second thing that could be done is basically connect the entire concept of employee wellness. So though theoretically a lot of times students may understand employee wellness, but then what would be considered as an employee wellness program? So the framework is taken from Berry et al. 2010, published in HBR, which is talking about the pillars of an effective wellness program. So so this could be one way of looking at it, providing a framework and explaining it to the class at any time in employee wellness, what are the key features. So we are saying that there has to be commitment from the top, there has to be an alignment, which is basically a natural extension of the company, its identity, its aspirations, etc., the scope and relevance of the project, accessibility. So what could be done in the class is also that the students could be asked to look at employee wellness, which is basically the Asay project in this case, and look at the dimensions, each of these dimensions given by Berry et al., and see which of it can be ticked. Right, like for example, the case is not talking anything about the leadership, the top leadership or the commitment of the leadership, but other things it is talking about, so they can have a debate around which all it is addressing, which is not getting addressed. Another thing that can be done again in the scope of employee wellness is basically the same paper, which is Berry et al., is talking about the various success measure or various matrices that can be used to look into success of any employee wellness initiative. So the class could be asked to first brainstorm and to come up with. So the case is not very specifically talking anything about the success measure. So it could be a good brainstorming exercise with the students to come up with the measure. And once they come up with their own ideas, this could be a framework, or these could be the parameters that can be offered to the class as these are some of the parameters that can be looked into. Employee utilization, which is basically how many people are involved in that particular activity. The penetration, how many of them, the percentage of employees who have actually participated. Uh, Depth, which is about the heavy users or the light users of the wellness program. Sustainability, is this program sustainable? So that becomes another very important thing. And the general satisfaction. And at the organizational level, this framework talks about 4 parameters. They say absenteeism, how many people, like for example, we know that because of menstrual issues or the difficulties during menstrual cycle, many women remain absent. So that could be another way of looking at it. In the absence of this, what is the before the initiative, what was the absenteeism rate? What could be? So these could be the kind of insights that can be provided to the class. So the case is not discussing too much into the data point. It is basically to create more knowledge or insights into what could be the alternate ways of looking at a problem. Not only because anything positive is always looked into in a positive way. So what could be the difficulty part of it? Presentism rate. So another very interesting concept, which is about people coming to work, but they are underperforming because of illness or stress. So again, so this could be very new for the students to think about. And the last concept which can be connected in the class with regards to the case could be the concept of shared value, which is a little in the area of strategic management. So which is about that how the companies can, while being competitive, how can they also advance their economic and social conditions? How can they make progress by integrating their own economic agenda and the societal agenda? So how do you bring these together? So we are saying that so the concept of shared value, creating shared value, which is a very famous framework given by Porter and Kramer 2011, talks about how what could be the relationship between the business and society, not only from philanthropy but also about co-creation. So in such a way that you have the economic success but you are also delivering social value. So the framework is also talking about how the social activities or your initiatives could be connected. It need not necessarily be disconnected from the business. So you can do an actual extension through connecting it to the business that you are in. So in this case of a project Asay, the last question, which is about should this be looked only as an employee initiative or employee wellness initiative, or there is a business idea in disguise. So that could be another new thought that we could put into the mind of students, that not every employee wellness can also be connected, or how the business can be connected to. So what as a teach in the teaching note, what we are offering to the faculty is basically to do a little pros and cons of if this project Asay continues as a employee wellness initiative, what happens. So we are saying that if you look at it, the pros of it is that it is a familiar terrain. The company is already doing a lot in engagement activities. Now you also add on something. So this is something which is known. The real difference um, through this initiative as a wellness initiative, they can really bring a difference in the life of the operators, the women operators. And we are saying that they don't have to really depend too much on external resources. We are saying that this is also a step in the right direction, because the company already has an empathetic bent of mind. So this is only going to enhance the brand image of this organization. And the project has got a very huge potential for um, PR potential, because it creates goodwill among the company. And of course, because there were already some data with regards to high absenteeism. So this could arrest that entire issue. In terms of cons, we are saying that, okay, as the case talks about, any employee wellness program, and this one in particular, potential for yeah, so the feasibility part of it could be a problem. Another important issue is that if you're how looking into the disposal mechanism for in the organization, disposal mechanism of the sanitary napkin. And we are
20
saying that
minutes, ma'am.
yeah, I'll concluding. Yeah. So, and we are saying that initiative like this also involves a long-term cultural and behavioral change. So you are basically introducing something that these women are not used to. So therefore, there has to be a long-term commitment. You cannot really get into an, unlike any many other initiatives, you begin, you think it is not working, and you say, okay, let me just take it back. uh, this may not work. You may have, if you are introducing it, the company will have to have a long-term commitment. We're saying business idea in terms of if the company were to look into as a business idea, where they say that, okay, now let's look into it as another product, okay, and re-look into their revenue model. So that could be, so extending their business into something altogether different, but the raw material is coming from their existing products. um, we're saying that doing this could also set a benchmark for the industry in general, because the industry, this entire apparel belt, is basically the manufacturing is done by primarily women and women who are coming from rural India. So this is basically kind of creating a shift in terms of your business model. We are saying that business would not have to depend too much on the external resources and could become one way of retaining and attracting women. The cons is basically, again, as I said, the details, because if it is a business idea, a lot of feasibility study in great detail needs to be done. Uh, and also, we are saying that the entire um, the 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 possibility is that when you're now offering it as another business opportunity, you may lose out on the initial reason why you started it, which is employee welfare. So again, it would become another process, another way of generating profit, which was not the initial idea. Yeah, so that's all from my end. So I would want to conclude by saying that cases like these, which can be a good way to engage students in helping them look at certain initiatives which generally only brings in positive thoughts. So basically trying to help student to critically look. So it is also a way of developing the ability to critically look at any alternative, any situation. So that's from my end. Thank you so much. I'm open for questions, comments.
Sir, any questions from?
Yeah, I have one or two questions.
Sure.
Yeah, your case is primarily about the employee wellness.
Yes, sir.
Now, when I read the case with that in mind, I digress myself towards the business. Business of making the entry pad or not, or etc. etc. Now, uh, your case doesn't talk about any metrics. Now, unless some information, and you say that purposely it is not given. But I personally feel that unless some basic information given to students, for instance, this is about women who are majority in the organization. Now, what is the productivity of the women as compared to men? And is there a cycle? Now, so that issue of the centripede is so serious that it is hampering the business, the productivity of the company. Now, if this is so, that perhaps the costing should not be a primary criteria. Because if you look at the long run, it's an investment. Any training and development, any wellness program is the investment. And we cannot calculate the cost benefit of that particular program in a very short period. So if the employees are healthy, the long run, they are going to produce much better. And this means that in long run, the business is going to gain. Now, that is a point which should be brought home, rather than students getting engaged into, the producing of this kind of product or not, or what, whether outsource is not, or what kind of raw material we have to source, etc., etc., because they don't expertise in that. And the second point is that if it is so serious issue, why you get into that business where you have no competence? You simply tell to any NGO, and there are many NGOs who are coming forward, and they're very willingly going to give and very subsidized rate and even free that entry beds. So it's a very, very, big issue of the country. Many people, many organizations are doing this. So perhaps you could have given some hint to the students to think on those lines. That's all.
Sure.
That's my comment.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to make similar observation. In fact, CG, it was well written and teaching note, well prepared. All the pieces are there, well structured. It has all the elements of the typical case. But somewhere the focus on the three options kind of diluted the significance of the case. You trivialize the significance of the issue, employee wellness issue, just by focusing on the 5 rupees, 6 rupees, outsource, not outsource. From a business point of view, okay, let us don't get into this and let us outsource it to get it done by somebody else. Okay, so that may come out quite visibly, and at the same time, this issue is a little more serious. So it have a far-reaching implication from employee side, right? If they really see that company has done far better, or maybe has gone beyond what they are expected to do, just not by providing centripede at a discounted rate, or by getting them connected to some other player or so. So that is one thing you can just relook at it. Other thing is from an employee, what you talk about business idea, but other angle could be employee entrepreneurship or intrapreneurship. Okay, from a Santosh point of view, which could be another theme where you would like to talk about in the teaching note.
Yeah,
So that concept is also relevant there. right?
Yeah, sure.
So approaching like enterprise from employees' point of view, and what impact it may have on Santosh Babu or his team, HR team also. They may also be engaged or more. Okay. So
Sure.
that's another angle to it. Thank you very much. I enjoyed
Thank you so
hearing
much.
it.
Right.
Over to you, Anshuman.
Dr. Linden, I think sirs have clearly focused on the issue. I, at a point, feel that you have, there could have been another look at how you have placed the dilemma. So here you have placed the dilemma at a later point where you do a financial evaluation only of the 3 points. But is this an issue which you need to look at? So do you put a price at employee wellness is the question. So is the price at employee wellness, if you put a price at employee wellness, if the employees feel tomorrow that they are putting a price on, if it is 3 rupees, they can provide us sanitary pads. If it's 6 rupees, they cannot provide us sanitary pads. If that is the message which is going out, then it would go against the entire idea of the company promoting itself as a great place to work. So this is something that you need to look at. So how do you place this case? Do you place this case as financials versus employee welfare, and how do you balance it? Is this the question that you're seeking to answer? So how does a company balance financials with employee welfare? Or
Yeah.
is it something that you're looking at that there is no price that you can attach to employee welfare, but you have to select the right path to do it, which is cost effective for the company? So this placement is something which I felt was missing. So how do you place this case? Where do you place this case exactly? Right.
Yeah. So I just want to take a moment to respond, right? So, I think a lot of new ideas, a lot of new ways of looking at the same situation that has come to me. Just how I look at it at this moment with the response, with the questions and the comments, is that maybe in the case, I'm not sure if I'll be able to change a lot because that's what the organization is doing and thinking and where they are. But in the teaching note, like what all of you said, no, like different, all this can maybe some different way of looking or discussing in the class by saying that should the organization be focusing on the health of the employees or this is good enough. So yeah, so all these inputs, I think in the teaching note could really enhance the case, and of course in the main body also some of it. Thank you so much. Mr. Rajesh, I can leave the meeting.
Yes, yes. So thank you. Just a reminder that
Thank you.
the team overshooted by 5 minutes. So thank you.
Sorry.
So with your permission, sir,
Sure.
I'll just take 1 minute break. I need to connect the charger. Just give me 1 minute.
Please, sir. Meanwhile, we'll just let the next
The
team.
overshooting
Yes.
of time is by the presenter, not by the judges, right?
No, sir.
Then
I'm
you
just
should intervene.
Yeah.
Maybe, of course,
So
you can tell them.
buzzer.
You can have a hard stop.
Yes, sir. So my buzzer was not audible, sir.
No, buzzer was not there. What we have hearing is that your text messages, chat messages.
Okay, sir. I will intervene in
Yeah.
the different intervals 15, 20, 25, sir. Sure, sir. So, Dr. Shweta.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, you can switch on your camera, ma'am.
Yeah.
And just wait for a minute before we get a confirmation from the judges to start.
Yeah. After that, I can share my file, no?
Yes.
Okay.
So, any more member from your team will be joining? You said two persons.
Yeah, sir, they committed for that, but I didn't think.
Fine. I just was confirming because maybe some connection issue. I just wanted to sort it.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can load the presentation also.
Share the presentation?
Yes. And please keep a tab on the time. 15 minutes is the presentation time.
Okay.
So, and 5 to 10 minutes is for Q&A.
Okay.
So I will intervene at 15 minutes in case you don't complete. So when we get confirmation from Dr. Anshuman, when you will back, we'll start.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm back, sir.
Yes, yes. So you can start.
Shall I start?
Yes.
Please, you start.
Yeah, one minute. Yes. Very good afternoon to the jury members and all the dignitaries. Myself, Dr. Shweta Dani, and I'm presenting a case study over here named Hiring and Retention Overcoming the Deficit of Human Resources. It is a case study on Computronic System India Private Limited. As the owner of the company, when we had a discussion with them, we had an interview with them, they were okay with disclosing the name of the company. So we have used the name of the company, and it is with the similar name, that is Computronic System India Private Limited. Then the background, talking about the background, Computronic System India was a brainchild of two brothers which had blossomed in the business in a span of 2 decades now. 1997, they started the Computronic System Services Limited in Mumbai for service, repair, and maintenance of computer. Soon, they upgraded and revamped their small store to a system integrator and IT consulting firm. Now talking about the growth of the company, with a decent start from Mumbai, today Computronic System had marks its presence in 12 cities of India. The company had manpower networks in Indore, Raipur, Patna, Hyderabad, and Bhubaneswar, to name a few. The quality of work had increased the span of work of the firm that had reached their client base in the USA too. Their offshore clients include Solingen, Mars, Fintech, and Loramic, etc. Computronics had a team of more than 800 solution experts now. The challenges which are faced by the company was running a good business. They were from 1997, so it was a good going with the company. But they have developed so many softwares like Fab HR. During the COVID, they also developed the software in which they are talking about the remote controlling, how to control the remote working. So they did so many things about that. But when the COVID-19 has, as we know, that COVID-19 has shaken all the organizations and created a complex and challenging environment for all the businesses. So it has affected the economic activity. It triggers the mass layoff and increase the unemployment rate in many countries. But as we know about this thing, the world transition to online, the scenario come as an opportunity for IT companies. The demand in digital and tech application witness multifold increases all over the world. IT services were categorized as an essential services. So this was every company during the COVID, they are facing some problems, but it was a transformation for the IT company. So computronic system also was getting so many opportunity to develop the new softwares, to develop, come up with the new thing. But the problem what they faced during this COVID was the company started facing the problem related to manpower issue. And the reason for what that was that the multinational companies were providing work from home facility to their employees with great offers. And the people who are earlier more inclined to work in the metro cities, and they are more inclined to work in the cities like Pune, Bangalore, Hyderabad, now they are coming back to their home and they are getting the same salary in their hometown. Then the company observed the change in the during the pandemic is that it was noticed that employees with 2 years experience only, they are also getting the highest salary. And it has it was observed that it has estimated to touch approximately 36 lakh per annum for the freshers, because due to high demand of the employees, the company is facing this problem. The freshers are also getting the highest salary. So in this regard, it was difficult for local companies to compete with the salary structure of the multinational company, and this has become a big challenge for the company about the retention of the employees in the organization. So then we talk about what are the strategies they adopted to solve this problem, how they face these challenges, because the company was going good. They are receiving the several contracts. They are working with the offshores employee. So what are the strategies they adopted for solving the challenges in the organization? So as per the discussion, it was come out that they hired the freshers. 30 plus freshers were hired in a year. The company created multiple backups of manpower due to lot of uncertainty. They know about the uncertainty, so they created a backup of the employees. Then they organize employee engagement program and introduce policies of families, so that people get more attracted towards the job. And the training programs were also organized by the company for the freshers, which incurred a lot of cost for the company. So these were the strategies which was adopted by Computeronics System India Limited to solve the challenges, to resolve the issues which they are having. So the significance of this case is that through this case study, the student, they will be going to understand the challenges of manpower planning in this dynamic business environment. They will be able to understand the significance of employee engagement and training and development, and they will be able to identify the strategies need to be adopted by the company to understand the expectation of employee with respect to work from home culture, as nowadays work from home culture has become a need of the organization. So in that, the discussion can be more over, and the research can be more talk about this thing, about the work from home culture, how to go for the work from home culture. And the target learning group for this particular study, this case study will be useful for MBA students, the executive MBA program, the students who are pursuing the executive MBA program, other management scholars who are studying human resources. And this can be the use in courses like human resource management, organizational behavior, to discuss the theme related to HR practices, employee engagement, hybrid work culture, right? So this can be the target learning group, and this can be taught to them. The learning, coming to the learning objectives of the case, it case facilitate the participants to understand how companies develop with the perseverance in due course of time after going through all the struggles. As Computeronics started in 1997, 1999 they have a growth of the company. They are getting all the things, and in the meantime they got one of the project with the Airtel also. Airtel is the first company which they worked in the Gujarat, and at that time they brought about the new project for the organization. So through this case study, the student will come to know about the struggles, how the company are doing the struggles to make their identity, to make the retention, and to have their um, uh, stability in the organization, in the market. So to understand how organizations are managing to survive in this era of COVID-19 pandemic, and it will also help students, scholars, and other interested participant of human resources to apply the learning in this case in real time situation, and to learn about various external sources of recruitment used in the digital era. What are the different, as most of the people today, they are using the LinkedIn and all the other digital platform for the recruitment. So student will learn about the external sources of recruitment through this. They can have a more discussion about the recruitment process, about the manpower planning. So we left with the questions for discussion with the student, that if you were the HR manager, how would you go about retrieving the situation or transforming the company? In view of the information given in the case, suggest the strategies for making computeronic system a more progressive organization. And in your view, which alternate strategy should have been adopted by the management to resolve the retention problem? Yes. So this can be the thing that which we can adopt in that particular thing. So that was all about the case study, sir.
We are
Thank
open
you.
for the question answers
Dr.
and
Ashok Kumar,
suggestions.
would you like
Sir.
to go ahead first?
Sir,
You're on
kindly
mute, sir.
unmute yourself, sir. Ashok sir.
I read your case, and somewhere I read that the engineers who were hired for the e-gram project,
Yeah, sir.
they were allowed to work anywhere in their free time. What this means?
Yes, sir.
Those who were hired for e-gram project,
Hmm.
they were allowed to work anywhere in their free time.
Allowed to work anywhere in their free time.
Right.
Yes. So it was the thing which they discuss in the case about this thing, that they make a team for that particular egram project in that particular situation. So allowing the work, that means it is not they can work for the another organization.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. They can
Yes, sir.
they can work for the particular organization only, and flexibility is given to them. That was the thing which was given by the company representative.
Okay. Now, there was also mention about the strike.
Yeah,
There was a strike. I think in your presentation that point didn't come, but that is a
yeah,
very significant point.
yeah, yeah,
The engineer went on the strike on the issue of the higher wages,
yeah.
right?
It was during the egram project.
Uh-huh.
During the egram project, they went. They demanded for the higher pay.
So how did it was handled?
So it was handled in the what computeronics they had did. They hired the new local engineers, 50 engineers from the local area itself, and then they started the process again in that particular situation. That
So
was the thing.
there was no negotiation, nothing. Straight
No, it
away they
was.
went for the hiring the new employees.
Yeah, when the employees demanded for the higher pay, they go for the recruitment of the new employee. They created a new team of 50 local engineers over there, and they
Hmm.
started working on it, and they resolved the issue for that particular time for them.
Okay, so they were terminated and the new
Yeah,
employees are there.
yeah, that
Is
was
there
the
any
strategies adopted by the company.
is there any idea about the recruitment cost and the training cost of the new employees?
So that was not given by the uh,
Okay,
in the discussion.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sweta, so my question, because you have mentioned one of the point in the answer that company can use employer branding as a tool, strategy to attract local talent or something like that. So, because I work in this area, so I would like to ask in that particular area. So what are the strategies within employer branding? How employer branding or what exactly they should be doing to address attraction and retention challenges? That is not very clear through your teaching note. So you have
Okay.
some thoughts?
So, employee branding, then when we are going to talk, as the people, they are facing the problem due to the COVID, the work from home is offered to the employees, and the freshers are also getting the high salary in that particular a- area. So, employee branding is that we talk about employee engagement more over here, sir.
So I'm referring employer branding. You mentioned employer, not employee branding. Both are two
Sorry,
different things.
sorry,
Employer
employer.
branding.
Yeah, employer branding. So
Yeah.
as the company is from since 1997 and their growth is also they are having a growth prospect, they are running with the growth prospect. So how the company is looking after the process of the employee engagement in the organization, they are providing the training and development to the employees, and this can be used as an employee branding for the in this particular situation, that employer can say about this thing that we are having a practice of training and development. They are also as our prime minister recently said about this thing, that flexible hour is a need of work. So company should talk about the flexibility, they should talk about the work from home culture and get the more research data about the work from home culture.
Okay. There's one more question that I have. You mentioned in your presentation, which is not mentioned in the submission. You talked about human resource planning, one of the,
Yeah.
I think, objectives. So how students who are doing this case, how they will learn HRM planning, human resource planning, manpower planning, something like that you mentioned.
So when we talk about human resource planning, it should we talk about that we should have a right number and right kind of people. See, this situation is in front of company is suddenly it came about that COVID has come and they were facing the issue of that. But for the future perspectives, as they take up the backup of 50 employees and they make up they form the breakup of the employees. So here we can talk about this thing, that how the manpower planning can help in the uncertainty situation, how they can talk about the that suddenly the situations are coming. So you can have a backup your in your hand so that you can come out with some of the solution in that particular situation.
Thank you. I am done. Over to you, Dr. Anshuman.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Dani, I would like to start with the fact that I did not find a dilemma here in this teaching note. So, where is the dilemma here? Is the dilemma between firing employees and hiring new employees? So what is the dilemma here?
The dilemma that was faced by them due to the challenge that was faced by them, that even the freshers are also getting the highest salary. The package goes to the 36 lakh per annum. If the company they are thinking about that we can hire the freshers, as the experienced people are not they are moving for work from home, they are getting the work from home in their own cities. So the dilemma we can talk about for this thing, even if you are going to hire the fresher, you need to incur more of the cost in that particular thing. So that issue, that is the dilemma in front of the company, that hiring a fresher with the highest salary, with more salary. So that point we can cover over
Is
here.
that a dilemma, or is that an issue that they are facing that there is more now? So what is the alternative? So for a dilemma, there has to be an alternative, right? So what is the alternative? That we don't have employees.
Yeah.
So how can that be a dilemma? How can an organization work without employees?
So, as for first thing, whatever whoever the employees they are having, and right now they can train them. Then they can they can offer the as other companies are offering the work from home culture flexibilities to the employee. So they can also think about the work from home culture, and they can also think about the flexibility working and remote working. They can also think about that as per.
Okay. So Dr. Dani, I am not able to find a dilemma here. So the dilemma can be, should we retrain old employees and basically skill them and pay them more, or should we hire new employees at a higher cost? So that may be a dilemma, but the dilemma here is something which I feel is missing. So maybe you could work on that. Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, fine, sir.
Thank
So,
you.
sir, thank you, Dr. Shridhar.
Thank you
And
so
Dr.
much. Thank you, all of you.
Sanjay, so I
Thank
request you to kindly on the meeting. So Dr. Priyanka, Dr. Vaishali. Are you audible, Dr. Priyanka, Dr. Vaishali?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can switch on your cameras. Okay, great, man. So you mentioned that there was some problem with the background. Okay, okay. So can you load the presentation?
Yes, sir. We'll share the presentation.
Okay. So we can take up the next case, sir. Ashok, sir. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So is the presentation visible?
Yes, you have got 15 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for Q&A. So you can proceed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. So our topic is influence of motivation and locus of control in academic performance of management graduates. So this is the introduction. The case discusses management graduates for different type of institutes. The case is to find out the difference of work motivation on the basis of gender in management graduates, to find out the difference of locus of control on the basis of gender in management graduates. So with the liberalization, privatization and globalization, the career opportunities of management students in various industrial sectors have been increased. Due to this, from the last 2 decades in India, the scope of management education is also increasing. In today's scenario, industries need young management graduates who can be the future managers. So the employers are constantly on the lookout for the management graduates who are having strategic learning, book learning, and soft skills like effective communication abilities, team-oriented skills, people skills, initiative, integrity, awareness of global perspectives, decision-making skills, and task-oriented. Besides having knowledge of professional and soft skills, the management graduates develop their motivation level and locus of control, which help them in identifying their future career achievements. So now the question is, what is motivation among the management graduates? Motivation has been defined by many researchers, but according to Kreitner, it is the psychological process that gives behavior purpose and direction. And according to Bedian, it is the will to achieve. The main motivation of the student behind doing MBA is to achieve personal and professional growth, earning ludicrous salaries, incentives, and grabbing positions. The MBA program gives them great discipline, time management skills, increases the motivation and locus of control. Now, what is locus of control? Basically, it is the concept with the help of which the management graduates are controlled with themselves. It can be defined as the individual's perception of the main cause of events in the life, whether the event is caused because of some external environment or we are responsible for the events. So it means whether a person believes that he controls his own destiny or that it is controlled by fate. A locus of control orientation is the belief that the outcome of our actions depends on our behavior. That means the internal control orientations or events outside our personal control. That is the external control orientation. So what is the link between the LOC, that is locus of control, and motivation? According to Rose et al., suggests that students who are characterized by the intrinsic motivation and curiosity tend to have internal locus of control. According to researchers, the students who are not characterized by an intrinsic motivation are likely to have an external locus of control. If the students are internally motivated towards their studies and they are internally controlled, they perform well in the studies by using their skills. So this case investigates the influence of motivation and locus of control among the management graduates, particularly in case of the academic performance. The case studies 486 students selected by random sampling from 50 institutes providing the management education located in NCR and Western Uttar Pradesh. It was ranked by Bank of Baroda and Time. So this is the distribution of sample. We have taken 3 types of the institute according to the rating of by the Time and the Bank of Baroda: A-type institute, B-type institute, and C-type institute. In the A-type institute, 63 were the boys and 110 were the girls. Total was the 173. B-type institute, 61 were boys,
44 were girls, 105 were the total. In C type, 113 were the boys, 95 were the girls, and 208 was the total. So now is the analysis. This is the calculation of the overall motivation. Means what is the motivation level of all the students, that is including both the boys and girls, in the A type of the institute. If we see the score, in this case, N is the total number of students, X is the mean of the students having the intrinsic motivation, and Y is the mean of the students having the extrinsic motivation. So in case of the A type of the institute, if we see the level of the extrinsic motivation is high because the score of Y is high. In case of B also, extrinsic motivation is high. In case of C type also, the extrinsic motivation is high. So this is a graphical representation. Since the mean score of extrinsic work motivation in all the three types of the institute is higher than the intrinsic motivation, this shows that the student of all the three institutes are having the extrinsic motivation. Now we are we are judging the type of the motivation based on the gender. So we are taking the A type of the institute. In this case, if we see the mean score for the males, males are having the extrinsic motivation and females are having the intrinsic motivation, because the mean score of the extrinsic motivation in case of males is high and the mean score of the intrinsic motivation of females is high. So this is the graphical presentation again. The above table shows that the mean score of the extrinsic work motivation of males in A-type institute is higher than their intrinsic work motivation. But in females, the level of intrinsic motivation is slightly high in comparison to the extrinsic motivation. Now, if we talk about the B-type of the institutes, here we can see in case of the male, again, the mean score of the extrinsic motivation is high in comparison to the females of the B type of the institute. Females are having the intrinsic motivation little bit higher than that of the extrinsic motivation. In case of the graphical presentation, the above table shows that the mean score of the extrinsic work motivation of males in B type institute is higher than the intrinsic work motivation. But in females, the level of intrinsic motivation is very slightly high in comparison to the extrinsic motivation. Again, we are talking about the C type of the institute. In case of the C type of institute, here both the males and females are having high level of the extrinsic motivation. That means they are having the mean score of the extrinsic motivation is high in both the males and females. So the above table shows that the mean score of extrinsic work motivation of both males and females in C type of institute is higher than the intrinsic work motivation. Now this is the locus of control. This is the calculation of locus of control of overall, means including both males and females of the three types of the institute. In case of A type of the institute, the students are having more internal locus of control in comparison to the external locus of control. If we see the X is the mean of the students having the internal locus of control. The mean score of A type institute is high in case of the internal locus of control, and in case of B, again the internal locus of control is high. In case of C also, so that means in all these type of the institutes, the students are having internal locus of control and none of them is having the external locus of control. So this is the graphical presentation. Since the mean score of internal locus of control in all the three types of institute is higher than external locus of control, this shows that the students of all the three institutes are having internal locus of control. Now this is the table which shows which is based on the gender. In case of the A type of the institute, males are having internal locus of control high and females are also having the internal locus control high. The above table shows that the mean score of the internal locus of control of both males and females in A type institute is higher than that of the external locus of control. In case of B type of the institutes, both males and females, again, they are having more internal locus of control. This is the graphical presentation. The above table and the graph shows that the locus of control of both male and female students of B type institutes. The mean score of internal locus of control in both male and female of B-type institute is greater than the external locus of control, which shows that these students are having the more internal locus of control. This is the of a C-type institute. In this case also, if we see both males and females are having more internal locus of control. This is a graphical presentation. The above table and graph shows that the locus of control of both male and female students of C-type institutes. The mean score of internal locus of control in both male and female students of C-type institute is greater than the external locus of control, which shows that these students are having more internal locus of control. So these are the teaching notes. In case of the first is the academic performance. What is the academic performance? Means it includes the percentage or the marks scored by the students, the skills, learning modifications, or the transformation in the organization structure, process, and goals. What is intrinsic and extrinsic motivation? We were talking about the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Means in this case, most motivational theorists have proposed two main sources of motivation. These are the two sources of motivation. One is intrinsic and the other is extrinsic. Extrinsic motivation is the desire of performing because of encouragement from outside. It can be the incentives, it can be the perks, it can be the salary. In our case, like it is the students, it can be the grades, it can be the marks, it can be the earning the scores or the certificates, or it can be the name and fame. People having extrinsic motivation do not enjoy their work. That means we can conclude that the students who are taking admission in MBA just for the extrinsic motivation, they do not do the assignments, they do not enjoy the work. They are just doing the MBA just for the name or the degree or the fame. They participate in the work just to get the rewards or to avoid punishment. So this is the comparative study. In case of the intrinsic motivation, students complete their assignments or participate in extracurricular activities to learn about the management subjects, to complete the task on their own without expecting rewards, to score good marks in these exams. They show their interest in the placement activities. Besides grabbing the job, they show interest in joining for their upgradation. But in case of extrinsic motivation, the students complete their assignment or participate in extracurricular activities just for getting grades or certificates, do not put their own efforts, rather they copy their assignments, attend the classes and mark their attendance just to appear in the exam. They do not take interest in learning the subjects. They try to complete the given task in shortest and easiest way. They participate in placement activities just for praise from friends or join the job for external rewards. Next is internal and external locus of control. People with an internal locus of control assume himself responsible for certain outcomes and blames himself, while people with an external locus of control blames fate, destiny, luck, or force beyond their control. Those who are with internal locus of control believe that their own skill, ability, and efforts determine the goal of their life experiences. Again, in case of internal locus of control, students take admission in MBA program for their personal growth, enhancement of the skills, just for getting the job. It can be because of family pressure to become entrepreneur. And in case of external locus of control, students take admission in MBA program for a status symbol to earn money. So this is all about our presentation. Thank you so much. Any questions, please?
Thank you. With your permission, Dr. Saini, can I ask some questions?
Sure, please. Sure, sir. Please go ahead.
Right. Now, as I understand, you are trying to teach certain concepts through a research paper, right? Tell me yes or no.
Sir, actually, we are not able to hear you. Can you be loud?
Okay. I'm just telling that this is, I understand that through a research paper, you want to teach certain concepts.
Yes. Sir, actually, this is part of a research paper that we are in process of developing. which basically tries to study the academic involvement of students in MBA and what kind of performance they are giving in their placements.
So, what are the issues actually? And the second thing which I want to understand from you, that you have used the level of motivation and the locus of control. You have measured these two things.
Yes, sir.
Now, what kind of scale did you apply? Did you use any standard scale, or you use your own questionnaire?
Yes, sir. Sir, we have used the scale of Uday Parekh in case of the work motivation and broader scale in case of the locus of control.
Okay, so you used two scales.
Yes, yes.
Uday Parekh scales is talking about which kind of motivation?
Again, it was divided. It was having the 14 parameters. 7 were related to the intrinsic motivation and 7 were related to the extrinsic motivation.
Okay. So is there a relationship between extrinsic motivation and the locus of control?
Yes, this we are finding out. We are finding out. Next study is based on this concept only. Is there any relationship? Because the past studies have shown that internal locus control and there is a relationship with the intrinsic motivation. Now we are trying to find out, is there any relationship? Is there any difference in the relationship between the locus of control and the work motivation of the management graduates? Yes or no?
So the research is continued.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, Dr. Priyanka, see, I concur with Dr. Ashok Kumar while he made the observation about it's like a research paper, and you admitted it's a research paper more than a case study. I think this can be positioned as a more research paper, and if you want to put in a case study, then it has to be revised in a different manner. The current format does not sound like a case study. But even then, let us say there's a research paper, so I have some questions to ask you. See, I don't know whether I missed it. I could not find types of institution, the description of those institution, type A, type B, type C. It doesn't mention the document that I have received, 15-page document. Okay, so that need to be mentioned in case you want to develop as a research paper, type A, type B, type C. Nowhere I couldn't find what do you mean by type A, B, and C. You know, so that need to be.
Sir, these categorization are from the data taken from the magazine Time. Time.
No, that is mentioned, but we should know what it is. What do I mean by type A? Are these IAMs type B or some other type B school, or type C, tier 3?
The institutes were specifically of NCR, and the basic criteria for putting them into type A or type B or C, type C were the placements and the kind of results they were getting.
So good that you're telling, but this should be included in the document so that everybody can readily refer it. So it has to be more explicit. And the second comment or question that I have about the measurement. So you talked about, you said Uday Barick's scale, the other scale that you use. So the scale is what? It's a 5-point scale, 7-point scale, 10-point scale. How this 47.2, 47 is
In
this
case of the Uday Parekh scale, it was the ranking scale.
ranking?
Ranking.
How do I interpret it? There's a value, overall motivation table 1, 47.2. Is it a summation or what? Is it a average
It
or
is the
what?
mean score.
Mean.
Yeah.
How come mean will be too high if it is a 10-point scale or whatever?
So it was the ranking, and by compiling that ranking, we have calculated the mean score. Means how many students have ranked the first point or the second point. After that, we have categorized it, segregated. Then we have calculated the mean.
Okay. So one last suggestion I have. You may think of using some non-parametric method, since it is a ranking data that you have for further analysis. As of now, it's the graphics are fine, but from a maybe analysis point of view, from journal publication point of view, or for getting better insight, you can think of using some non-parametric approaches to this analysis. That's the only suggestion I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. Over to you, Dr. Anshuman.
Thank you, sirs. See, I agree with both of them. I was looking at it as a case study till the morning. When I read it, I was confused that what is the path that you have taken. And now I understand that it is basically a part of a research paper that you are planning. So that's the idea. Now, if it is going in the direction of a research paper, probably with the suggestions by our respected experts, you can make it better. But from a case perspective, I don't know where to place it. Where should I place this? Who would it be useful for?
So this will be useful for the companies also, because companies can select their students by by using these tools. Means whether they have to select the students who are having the internal locus of control and intrinsic motivation, or whether they should select the students who are having the extrinsic motivation or external locus of control.
See, madam, the issue here is that companies have a much broader selection process with multiple round of interviews
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
different testing processes to evaluate who is the correct candidate for them. So, well, this could be a part of for some company, but I do not know where exactly to place it. So, I think the packaging should be a little better as to what is the dilemma, what are we looking at, what are the problems that we have to resolve, and how it could be utilized somewhere. So that I think you need to work on and probably include the suggestions given by both our experts to make it better. That's thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions or? Thank
No,
you.
thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
team.
done. Yeah.
Thank you. So you may leave now. Dr. Priyanka, Dr. Vaishali. Okay. So we finished, sir. Do you remember, sir? We finished with one group. And before moving to the next group, sir, because we are on the time and dot on time. So do you want to have a short break or a couple of minutes break, or you shall we call the next team, sir? Because they are already in lobby.
We may have break up 2-3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So,
Because if we are in time, we
yes, sir.
hope that we
Yeah.
manage time well.
Yes,
and
sir.
we
So,
finish everything by
Yeah.
1:30.
So,
So we
it
can
is
afford to have
10:57,
2-3
sir.
minutes.
So let us after
10:57,
5 minutes का break
admit the-
5 minutes तो चाहिए right?
Sir,
At least 5
okay,
minutes.
11:02. I will admit the group. 10:57 it is in my words. Sir.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
नहीं चाहिए कारण
You can try and share the presentation. Your voice is very low. Your voice is low.
Are we audible right now, sir?
Yes, you're audible, but maybe you are sitting quite distant from the mic position.
Yes. Sir, is it okay now, sir?
Yes, much better, ma'am. So please also share the presentation so that we can be ready.
Okay, sir.
When we get the permission from our judges, then we will start.
Sir, the sharing, how to share it, sir?
Share option will be there beside the stop video.
Okay, okay. Share my meeting window. No, share content.
You can share screen, or if the PowerPoint is open, then you can share the PowerPoint. You please do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You make it a full screen, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the voice is okay. The video is also okay. We can see your presentation. Just toggle it. Next slide. Okay. Come back to the first slide. Okay. So we'll wait now.
Okay, sir.
Welcome back, Sani sir.
Thank you. I'm back. We can, if other panelists are available, we can
I will
start.
just take permission from rest. Anshuman sir and Ashok sir. So when you confirm and you give permission, then we'll start, sir. Welcome back, Anshuman sir. And
Thank you.
Ashok sir, when you confirm and give permission, sir, then we'll start, sir. Welcome back, Ashok sir. Sir, so with your permission, can we take this next group, sir?
Sure, sure.
Sir, we have finished with one category and we'll move forward to the next category. And for this, the team is ready. So the team, you can start, sir. Team from DSP.
Start, coach.
Yeah, please start.
Good morning, respected judges and my fellow participants. Our topic for this year's Anubhav is Flying a Turbulent Flight, the Transition to a New System. I am Rituparno Das. With me, I have Mr. Kunal Roy and Ms. Anindita Ghosh. Mr. Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, has said, in a world that changes really quickly, the only strategy that is guaranteed to fail is not taking risks. We bring forth the recent story or incidences of a company where the incumbent had to fight with changing times and ascertain solutions for business risks to stay in the market. Vartaman Steel is a public sector undertaking company formed in the 1950s, situated in the Deccan part of India. It has been the sole manufacturer of product M in India with very stringent quality parameters as desired by the customer. The product M is a very high value NSR item and it has two main sections, namely MX and MC. Among these two, MC fetches higher NSR over MX. Also, MC has a higher section size than MX. From the manufacturing angle, it can either be made by the bottom pouring ingot casting route or via continuous casting route. Our case revolves around the decisions made for production and supply of MC and MX. This is a process flow of M. Vartaman Steel manufactures the steel by the basic oxygen furnace route, in which maintaining the cleanliness of steel a challenging task, as compared to other production processes like electric arc furnace. The steel undergoes different refining processes and is either sent to be cast in the form of ingot by bottom pouring or sent to the continuous casting machine as round cross-section blooms. Both the round ingots and the blooms are then further processed in the M mill, ultimately undergoing a series of non-destructive testing procedures. The key persons involved in the manufacturing process of product M are shown in this organizational structure, which is headed by Mr. Vijay Murthy, Director QA, Mr. P. Ganesan, Technical Head QA, then there's Mr. Keshav Singh, Mr. Kabir, and Mr. Manoranjan in the lower ranks of the hierarchy. It is important to understand a brief historical background of product M in Vartaman Steel. Since inception, product M, both MX and MC were produced by the ingot casting process. Under the expansion package, the company received a new continuous caster and a new mill to diversify its product basket. In 2016, new competitors for product M came in the market to reduce the volume of international import of product M. Section MX was taken for trial in the continuous caster in 2017-18, and approval for the new production process for MX was received from the customer in 2019. In 2020, complete production of MX shifted to caster-only route, while MC continued to be produced in the ingot casting route. MC produced from the ingot casting route saw sudden spurts in rejection during NDT. In 2021, demand of MC increased manifold and demand of MX dropped abysmally. Corrective actions were taken in the steelmaking process for MC in October 2021.
In November 2021, trial was taken for 355 mm diameter round cross-section in the caster. Dwindling resources in the ingot casting area was also an area of concern. In January 2022, again a trial was taken for 5 weeks of MC in the 355 mm diameter section, which passed all the quality checks in NDT, and approval was received from customer to produce MC in the caster route. Further plans for infrastructure addition was taken for caster for production of MC. In April, full-fledged production was made through caster, and at the same time, rejection continued to be high for MC in the ingot casting route. Success in terms of quality and yield of MC in June 2022 was achieved after modification of round casting process. At the same time, ingot cast M continued to fail in quality. The quality parameter of associated items in ingot casting process like mold powder and refractory brick were also attacked. In July 2022, proposal for new technical specifications of these items were developed by the R&D team.
In January 2022, although the first campaign of round casting of 5 weeks of MC in 355 mm section has been successful, NDT results were awaited till the next month, whereas rejection percentage of MC made through ingot casting process was not coming anywhere below 10%. During the time of Mr. A. Chaudhary, ex-director QA, the issue of refractory material being the genesis of flaws detected during NDT was proposed by Mr. Kabir and Mr. Ganesan, but it was refuted by Mr. Chaudhary. The detailed metallographic investigation of the defects of MC in ingot casting route have confirmed their genesis to be of refractory material. The new specification of refractory material proposed by the R&D team was going to shoot up the cost of its procurement, So finance department was again reluctant to pass the file for a process which was supposed to be phased out in the coming years.
The incidences occurring of the past 1 year forced the senior official in the plant to contemplate 3 solutions. Number 1, modification in steel making. Number 2, modification in ingot casting route. And number 3, complete transition to continuous casting route. Let us check some production data of product M for the last financial year from April 21 to March 22. We can see the rejection destructive testing increased in July 21, which was subsequently reduced with the help of expert advice and involvement of young managers. Whereas the unit rejection has been on increasing trend till June 22 and it reduces afterwards. We can also see that with the reduced unit rejection, you could achieve better supply of product M. Now, if we look at the figures of supply for different varieties of M, we can see that the supply of MX has reduced drastically over a period of 7 years since 2015, whereas the supply of MC has increased manifold due to customer demand. The unit rejection for MX has always remained low as its production is through round casting only. In case of MC, the unit rejection has always remained on higher side with a sharp spike on November 21 due to its bottom pouring casting route. If we look at the performance of product M, we can see that in the first trial of Jan 22, MC passed all the required quality checks successfully. But during regular production of MC through round cast around April 22, unit rejection was quite high due to some technical issues. After addressing the problem identified in the April campaign, a regular production of MC through round caster was made and unit rejection also came down a lot. Here we can see the yield of MC and MX through round caster is also much higher than the ingot casting route. In order to solve the problem, a deep understanding of the technicality of the process is absolutely essential. But managerial decision making can play the most important role in addressing and implementing solution to the problem.
A right strategy is important to be determined in order to execute the right steps and achieve the required objectives. With changes in factors affecting business and organization, a deliberate set of action shifts the path of an intended strategy, and a new emerging set of action becomes a realized strategy. The internal and external factors determine the action plan. The caster, which was initially installed to cater to a new mill, when the external factors such as customers and competitors came into the picture, it led to the utilization of that particular caster to make feed for a higher NSR, better quality product M. Vardhman Steel being a PSU and the product M supplied to government agency, there were many factors of demand and supply, and business operated within set guidelines. The top management had only partial control of the decision making. Collective mind of the staff allowed to emerge them within the set of company guidelines and devise a new strategy. It is a known fact that strategies and plans will remain a dream if not properly executed. Staff of an organization plays a major role where the driver's seat is owned by the leader. The case provides examples of different leadership qualities of the leaders in QA department and how they had an impact in the transition to a new process route. Mr. Murthy, who had joined the QA department recently, resorted to involvement of experts involving young technical managers in order to bring in fresh ideas for problem solving and team building, indicating the use of participative leadership. While the other kind of leadership quality can be observed in decision making of Mr. Ganeshan, Mr. Chaudhary, and Mr. Kesav Singh, who were involved with quality assurance and production process of M for a long time. But their experienced roles indicated selective perception when these senior officials did not resort to upgradation of quality of refractory materials in ingot casting, as the process was complex and old and they had actions or plans to phase it out. The case can be used to explain Bergelman theory of strategy exit. This theory was used to explain the business exit of Intel in the year of 1980s and 90s when they shifted to microprocessors. Here in Vardhman Steel, the theory can be used to explain exit from an old process to a new process of production from M. Now, in Bergelman theory, the model, what it explains business level and corporate levels of strategy making. In the definition part, it maps the managerial part that made transition to a new process definitive thrust at the plant level.
In the impetus part, it explains decision-making at plant level, which gave force to shift to the caster route. Strategic context, it maps that stimulated reconsideration for investment in caster route. And finally, in structural context, it explains the selective forces associated with rules governing resource allocation. Since inception, M was produced through ingot route, and this process has been an incidence of pride for the plant. QA department, they played an important role in technological development and interacted directly with the customer. Mr. Murthy, Mr. Ganeshan, Mr. Kesing, and the technical head of steel melting shop, they contributed to definition part of shifting the production process route to round caster. So when in 2017-18, the round caster was installed and a feed for MX was produced as a trial, the improvement in productivity over ingot casting route was notable. And this led to the initial slow competence deployment to the unlinking from the old process. But expansion plan of players in the market forced the top management to remain divided whether to invest in the new infrastructure for round caster or to carry on with the ingot route. They equivocated as well as they authorized with the decisions of plant level leaders. But once approval for the new process route for MX grade was received from the customer in 2019, it slowly led to resource shifting from steel making shop from ingot casting to the round caster. Improvement in productivity and quality of MX repositioned the production of M from round caster as a success. Manpower from the production unit as well as quality inspection involved in ingot casting, they were slowly relocated, changing the focus of production. All these activities at the plant level and external factors such as indigenization of imported grade M shifted the focus of the corporate head towards financial investment and setting up of a 355 section in round caster for production of all sections of M. This led to strategic rationalization and recognition of what is to be done and technological uncoupling in 2020-21 and proposal for further investment in this production route was made. The increase in rejection in MC made from round casting route over the past 1 year indicated many technical solutions, but there was a continuous questioning of financing an old process by plant level decision makers, and it slowed down the implementation of the solution. On the other hand, financing as well as modification in the round caster continued to maximize the feed for M from the round caster. So finally, the learnings that we get from this case is a series of events during transition in a production process of one of the flagship product of a PSU steel company. It highlights the managerial aspects to solve a technical problem. It highlights how in change in leadership qualities transform the system of working. The case presents a process theory of strategy making and execution to achieve a required goal. Finally, when the story still continues, but in the month of July 22, with production from round caster, they made a record supply of product M to the customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very informative presentation. As I could understand, there were issues with the material and there were issues with the technology. Now, there were issues of the refractory bricks quality and the mold powder. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the technology issue was whether to go for the round caster or ingot mold.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, your case is saying that ultimately they decided to go for the round caster, right? So I just want to know how much time it took to make the decision to go for the round caster and how much time it took to implement this project of round caster.
Sir, the first round section that it came up in the year of 2016, which was basically to cater to some other mill. But once that caster came up, the employees in QA department, they thought that they can use it to make a feed for product M and try out for a small section. But then it took about 2 to 3 years to get a feed approval from the customer that they are accepting our product. But then there was a market scenario which also had an impact, that whether the supply would be so much that there would be heavy investment should be made, because the ingot casting route already was making some amount of production. But then in 2019 to 2021, almost there was a push from the plant level that a heavier section should be placed and investment should be made. So right now all the process had come, and in about 7-8 months back, round caster for a heavier section has already been installed and it is in process. Production is going on. But added infrastructure in that particular area is required, which was earlier not required when ingot casting was going. So for the basis is for the past 1 year, from maybe August 21 to June 22, there are high amount of rejections in the ingot casting route, which is still continuing because we have to supply it to because Vartaman Steel has to supply it to the customers. But there can be instant decisions can be taken up that refractory materials can be taken. This problem can be solved within 3-4 months or maybe 6 months. But that actually took more than a year because people were mainly focused to move towards round caster and stabilizing that, rather than investing in the ingot casting route, because only solving refractory materials would not be sufficient enough, because infrastructure would have to be added in that particular area also, in the ingot casting department also.
Yeah, so steel plants, the issue is always about the speed of decisions. There are multiple departments, multiple levels. So any new idea or any solution to the problem takes very longer time to implement, and then perhaps you lose the business proposition. Anyway.
Sir, here I would like to add, but in the last 1 year, that participative kind of leadership where you bring in a new number of people and you make them aware that what are the problems are, it helps to bring in solutions in the forefront rather than delegating with a lot of experience of what should be done. So there it reduces the time and helps in taking fast decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I have one question to ask because many things are already talked about, and so can you tell me, in addition to what you said, what are the major challenges you faced while transitioning to the new system, as the case title mentions, transition to new system, and how did you overcome, and who are the major actors, who are the people instrumental behind this change? Yeah.
Sir, one point is that yes, market demand plays a major role, but here in transition, as already said, that Vartaman Steel, this ingot casting route has been a matter of pride for the people. So here, involving people or the people who at the ground level are working, so they are very technically competent. So when you ask them that, or say to them that a process will be phased out, so it is a challenge to make the ground level people or the workers understand that what they have been doing, it is a matter of pride, and what they will be doing. So getting them into confidence that your technical competences are still to be utilized and you can work there. So there, the process is that it should slowly seep into their mind, so that they only come forward and say that yes, we can see changes here and we want to shift to a new system. So that is one point. And
Constant monitoring of the finance department.
Yes, another part is that in a PSU organization to work in a guideline, when the finance department also puts in and they present before you the cost implications, that when a new project, it may require a more investment, but in the longer run, you can get a better productivity and all those factors. So here, technical people, many a times, they are not directed towards cost in incentives in the operational area. Maybe the top leaders, they are continuously in that monitoring that. So when you get the operational managers also involved in the cost implications, and they understand that when they are presenting a technical solution, what would be the implication? So then they also chip in, or they get aligned to what should be the right process or which way they should head.
Thank you. I'm done. Over to you, Dr. Anshuman.
Thank you, sir. So this was a technical presentation, and I had a good idea of what you guys are doing now when you explained it. So when I read the case, it was more of an understanding of what is happening, but now I get the idea. Now, this then brings me to the question which I also had in the initial discussion. Is it a case which discusses basically identifying qualities of the different people who are involved here and utilizing them to the fullest, or is this a case which basically seeks to balance out the financial and financial synergy with technical synergy and the understanding of the people? What are you trying to explain here, basically?
Sir, this case, what we want to, means what we would like to say is that any change is required, whether it be a transition from a process to a new system. So when there is a transition, so the role of the leaders or the type of leadership qualities they play an important part in the transition system. So yes, our objective of the case was a very technical presentation, but here the technical decisions were mostly more than technical decisions. It was the managerial decisions or the decision of the managers which technical point to attack to. So it is more of like for
No, see, when I read it, I understand that it was no more a technical decision. That the idea was clear, where you are getting better quality, where the rejection rate is lower. We know what is happening there, so we know that steps have to be taken. But was the issue that there is a resistance to change, and how you deal to it? Is that the question that you're trying to answer?
Yes, sir. There initially there is a resistance to change, because when anything new comes up and a thing which has been working for over 50 years, people are initially a bit shaky about whether we would be able to achieve. So the first step was, or the building block was lower developing in 2017 MX product. So once it gave a confidence to the people, then the next point came up to further make investments in that particular area, because you have to involve the people who are working. You have to have the confidence to accept a new process flow of working in that particular area, as well as the bringing in the confidence of the customer, because we had only one customer. So bringing in the confidence of the customer that they are accepting the new process route, and once they are finalizing it, so then only the company can move forward, bringing its workers or the very ground level people into the field.
Okay. Thank you from my side.
Thank you.
Oh, sir, we are done with the team, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you team from DSP.
Thank you, sir.
Request you to kindly leave the meeting. So we welcome the next team from CET Ranchi. Set. You connected, sir?
Yes, Rajesh.
Rashna ma'am, good afternoon, Vikas sir, and sir.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Two connections with your team, sir, or you're connected with one single connection?
Yeah. Mr. Abhay Kumar is from the another PC.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So you can load your presentation, sir.
Sure.
Shall we take the next presentation, sir? Judges?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I hope is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Should we start?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. I, Rashna Ranjan, along with my team members, Mr. Vikas Kumar and Mr. Abhay Kumar, on behalf of Center for Engineering and Technology, which is an in-house consultancy unit of Steel Authority of India Limited, welcomes the panel of judges and seniors and colleagues to this 10th Anubhav meet. I thank MTA Ranchi and NHRD chapter for giving us this opportunity to present our paper on the topic formulation of eligibility criteria for successful tendering process. The flow of our presentation is, we will be beginning with tendering process for project cases, highlighting the eligibility criteria is key aspects, the challenges and practices which we face during formulation of the eligibility criteria, research and analysis, learning, recommendations, system improvement at set, and our success story. Tendering to begin with. A tender, it is floated by government organization, PSUs or companies to invite bidders who are qualified to for the execution of a project. In case of a project tenders, it consists of four components. First is the qualification criteria. Herein, we indicate the minimum technical capability and financial capacity required for the bidders who are interested to participate in the government tender. The technical specification consists of the requirement of the client with respect to the equipment, the facilities, the performance parameters, which are to be communicated to the bidder who are interested to participate. Clauses like payment terms, the performance guarantee clause, price variation clause constitutes the commercial condition of the tender. And in some of the project cases, we also indicate the project cost of that particular tender. In all these four components, our paper is focused on the qualification of on eligibility criteria, and to be more specific about the technical eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria, or the acronym EC, it is a way of identifying the technical capability and financial capacity as per the requirement of a project. Hence, the eligibility criteria, it should not be too restrictive or skewed, as it may limit the competition, nor it should be too relaxed, as we may end up with the bidders who does not have the capability to execute the project as per our requirement. Thus, our eligibility criteria should be balanced, wherein we are able to attract the qualified and competent bidders. Hence, we can conclude the eligibility of an advantage of a balanced eligibility criteria is that it helps in shortlisting the competent bidder, who in turns produce a desired quality of job within the time limit, which in turn saves time and money. So we can see the eligibility criteria, it is a powerful tool, and hence in formulation, it is a tedious job, because we have to because the eligibility criteria needs to be exhaustive, and yet it has to be specific and judicious. At CT has the responsibility of formulation of eligibility criteria for the project cases, wherein we are facing the following challenges. First, in the technical aspect, it is any technical capability. It is an essence of a project, and it is a challenge for us to identify these technical capability and to mention it in the EC. The financial eligibility criteria, the criteria of financial aspect is calculated based on the CG procedures. In addition to it, we have to incorporate several internal guidelines like standard bidding document for project cases, along with various government and CVC guidelines by formulation of the EC. In addition to it, the project cases are complex in nature, and we have limited competent bidders. So these are the challenges. In addition to it, The practices which we are following for formulation of EC is that it's generic in nature, within a defined template, without job customization, and earlier we used to provide only a list of probable bidders without knowing their actual capability and capacity. This is an example where we have considered two different cases. One is for installation of new bar mill, which is a technology intensive project valuing 1,000 crores, while other, the NDT testing facility, it is for equipment supply and commissioning valuing 45 crores. Both these projects have different requirements, but as per our generic formula, our early practice of generic EC formulation, there was no job customization. The eligibility criteria was based on a fixed template, wherein we have indicated the evaluation parameters as design engineering, supply, erection or supervision of erection, commissioning or supervision of commissioning. So in case of a new bar mill product, a new bar mill installation, the capable bidders, they had the document evidencing all these against all these parameters, and thus this tender was successful. But in case of a non-destructive testing, the probable bidders could not produce document evidencing this parameter of designing engineering. Hence, this case was unsuccessful. So we found out that coping up with this challenges and an earlier practice of EC formulation, we found that our problem statement was that with respect to the government project tender was that the participation of the eligible bidders were very low, and also with the numbers of bids which were submitted and the number of eligible bidders out of those were less. So to examine these problem statements, we collected a data sample of 100 samples, in which we considered 100 open tender cases for the two financial year which began from 1st of April 2022 to 31st of March 2022. Sorry, the period was from 1st of April 2020 to 31st of March 2022. Herein, we observed that out of 100 open tender cases, 45 cases were successful. I like to mention the successful in our case meant that we were able to have minimum number of eligible bidders as per our guidelines, while in the remaining 55 cases, it was observed that there were 6 cases where only single bidder participated, 9 cases in which bidder participated but none were able to qualify, and in 40 cases there were the case where the number of eligible bidders were less than the number of bidders participated. So out of these 55 cases, we have considered 13 major cases as an illustration, and our findings are in the subsequent slides. For the project slide, NDT facility, herein the eligibility criteria had the parameter where the bidder has to give a document evidencing the ultrasonic testing of a complete full profile of wheel within a time cycle of 15 minutes. For installation of mixed gas booster, the bidder has to submit document indicating the output of minimum 30,000 Nm³ per hour for centrifugal gas booster. In case of installation of Coco 1 gas holder, the bidder has to show experience. Indian bidder has to show experience of dry seal experience. While for level 1, level 2 automation of reheating furnace, the level 2 automation documents were to be provided with the Indian bidder. So we see all these parameters which are incorporated in the EC are critical technical specifications. So this turned out to be restrictive and stringent, due to which these tenders could not materialize. Moving ahead, for the project power augmentation case, it was seen that in the EC it was written 132 kV with 10 base double bus station, but the same was interpreted as a requirement of 132 kV bus station should have 10 base. So it was there was an ambiguity in the eligibility criteria. Further, for disposal of ammonium sulfate plant, the eligibility criteria required the bidders to submit a certificate for lead disposal from a statutory body, or in case of a flash butt rail welding machines, they had to submit a document from the original equipment manufacturer who were unwilling to participate. Thus, this demand of statutory clearance or authorization certificate, it led to the failure of these. It led to non-materialization of these tenders. Further, For 250-ton hot metal cranes, it was seen that the eligibility criteria was silent about how micro, medium, small industry could participate under the umbrella of National Small Scale Industry Corporation, and also with respect to the Atmanirbhar Bharat guidelines, wherein it is indicated that we need to go for indigenous tenders for the project cases valuing less than 200 crores. So this level 1, level 2 automation for reheating furnace was floated for indigenous tenders, and the EC demanded that the level 2 automation documents to be present with the Indian bidder. This led to the failure of these tenders with respect to the incorporation of government guidelines and its developmental schemes. Further, with respect to the oxygen plant, the EC indicated they had to have an experience in the Indian location. For the test house installation of test house, the requirement was that single bidder should provide all the experience of sampling and testing machine. For 250 tons refractory press, it was indicated that the bidder were required to take, in addition to the equipment supply and commission, they had to take a very associated activity. For case of service culvert of rising means, it was observed that in this tender, the EC requirement was RCC work to be done in a national highway. The lone bidder of this case could not qualify because even though he had the work of he had done RCC work, but it was in the state highway. Had we had the proper information about the credentials of the bidders, then these tenders would have come out with a flying color. Additionally, we also studied the tenders of GAIL and NTPC to see how they're incorporating the government guidelines in their eligibility criteria. For bidder profiling, we interacted with reputed consultant like PwC and also referred to the various court judgment with respect to interpretation of the NIT. This gave us a new dimension for EC formulation. So with this learning, we came to our learning from our research was that the eligibility criteria should be proportionate and appropriate with respect to the project requirement. One should avoid putting the technical specification parameter in the eligibility criteria. Also, the financial eligibility should be based on the project estimate and implementation period. Bidder profiling is must, and the mode of participation of these bidders in the tender should be chosen like OEM, licensor, licensee, consortium mode should be chosen suitably as per the requirement. Lastly, one need to resort for different mode of tendering, that is limited tender or single tender as per the requirement of the job. Additionally, we also come to know that government have come up with the guidelines where it enables the employer to fix the eligibility qualification criteria on the basis of quality cum cost basis for project or non-consultancy works for valuing less than 10 crores. So with this, we could conclude that the eligibility criteria should be prepared on case-to-case basis. It needs to be specific and should not be based on any fixed template. Thus, our recommendations are as follows: that the technical we need to have a specific technical and financial requirement considered with due diligence, and it should have clarity. Once the technical parameters are frozen, the bidder profiling is mandatory, and one need to go for the participation of these bidders. One need to choose the different mode of participation suitably. With these recommendations were implemented and our day-to working of the set, wherein we made the bidder profiling mandatory. The technical experience was judiciously mentioned. The financial eligibility was based on the cost estimate implementation schedule and bidders twin. The mode of participation of the bidders is now being chosen suitably. In addition to this, we have also devised a process flow for different level of hierarchy involving the formulation, the approving and issuing of the eligibility criteria to the plant. This is an example of a bidder profile for the job installation of new gas-fired boiler, wherein our requirement is for design, manufacturing, supply, supervision, commissioning of gas-fired boiler having a minimum capacity of 100 TPH. In this bidder profiling has been done considering these 4 probable bidders, wherein they are in a position to submit documents against each parameter. Also, we have also their mode of participation in this tender is also indicated. Earlier, I've indicated there was a case where non-destructive testing facility, it was for the equipment supply and commissioning commissioning, after the incorporation of the system improvement and recommendation, the eligibility criteria of the same case was formed with for equipment supply and commissioning with the mode of participation of the bidders as indicated, original equipment manufacturer, authorized system and authorized representatives. Accordingly, their eligibility parameters also be indicated, due to which this tender came out with was successful, and this tender was successful. And a success story with the respect of due to our recommendations and the system improvement, we observed that our success rate here has increased to 80%, where for the past 3 months, where we observed that out of 12 open tender cases, there were 10 cases in which successful tendering was done, and our learning continues. Thank you, sir.
Yes, so you have done a work for CET where
Yes.
you have tried to improve the eligibility criteria for a better tendering process. Okay.
Yes.
Your work will be very useful for those who are involved in the commercial of tendering process. And you have very rightly mentioned that for each technology, each project, there should be a different kind of eligibility criteria. That's very well understood, that each eligibility criteria should be based on the requirement. And the requirement should be very clear, technical requirement should be very clear, then one can prepare this tender and eligibility criteria. That part is good, but I don't understand that what is the issue involved here. Yes, this is very, very important. Learning that tendering process, eligibility criteria are very important. But then what is the issue which is has got some either a dilemma or which looks for a certain solution?
Good morning, sir. This is Vikas here. Actually, we were continuously issuing or formulating our eligibility criteria for the different projects of the different plants of the same. And we were in a thinking mode, why the bidders are not coming. That was our starting point. And mainly, sir, we have seen in our eligibility criteria, what we have already mentioned, sir, it was generic in nature, and we have devised a particular format. So everybody was saying we should have a design engineering capability of the bidders. But practically, if you say that it was not required, let's say we have mentioned the NDT case. We have mentioned design and engineering, supply, erection and commissioning, everything, whatever we required in the project cases. But in Indian cases, because those equipments are from the foreign parties, but Indian bidders, they are supplying the equipment, they are commissioning the equipment, they are successfully showing us the performance parameter also, but they don't have the design and engineering criteria. And we must basically what we are seeking for the design engineering. And we can appreciate that the foreign bidders, they are not basically they are denying the for providing the design part to the our in the project cases. So that learning was basically it is come out from our study that no, it is not required for only the supply of the equipment and commissioning and showing the performance parameter. Design engineering is not required. So you are rightly pointed out, sir. Earlier we were giving the design and engineering as per our generic template we have provided to basically entire the gamut of the projects. But now we are basically customizing our EC so that the project should be successful and we are able to get the sufficient bidders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I don't have question. It is quite well documented. From a usability point of view of this entire exercise, in fact, it has followed even the research component. You did a lot of research and came out with your conclusion. And one of the key thing that you are saying, if I read this, that we should be, each project should be prepared on a case-to-case basis, EC. So and you are refuting the idea of template. Okay, so we should not be having fixed template. So while that is good, but at the same time, how do you take this knowledge further in terms of replicating it, this experience with other companies or other steel companies or other departments of the same company? It may be a good idea to kind of prepare a note or a kind of guideline where what can be standardized and what need to be customized. So how do people learn from this intervention? How do people learn from this case study? Okay, so to what extent they can follow the maybe standard template, and to what extent they need to be customized or case to case basis. So I think uh, documenting this knowledge in a ready to use version can be a next stage. Okay, so
Sure,
this
sir.
can be stored somewhere the internal portal of the companies where they can refer it. How do they should be going about for different types of tendering, for different purpose of tendering. So I think that could be next step for this in terms of its disseminating your learnings and increasing usability of your research and your intervention. That is
Sir, yeah, please, sorry.
no, I'm done. Yeah, what do you want to say?
Sir, if you permit, then I will take only 30 seconds.
Sure, please.
Because we are at set, we are the in-house engineering and technology consultant for the entire sale plants, all sale plants.
Right.
So all the project cases or capital expenditure cases, these basically we are the consultant for the projects of Bhilai Steel Plant, Durgapur Steel Plant, Rourkela Steel Plant, and all the steel plants of the Steel Authority of India Limited. And we at a project department at SET, so all the EC formulation, whatever is being done at the technology section, these are being examined by us and approval by our Chief General Manager projects. So we are basically the single window for issuing the EC to all sale plants. So we have got the database and our internal system, which is basically we have got project monitoring system and management system also, in which we these type of the learning and these type of the case study we are putting in our system, and as well as we are basically in continuous discussion. So once EC comes to our department, we'll discuss. We'll discuss and we find out our past experiences, our past database, so that the modification, if it is required, it is being communicated to the concerned task force leader, and then it will being modified by the technology section, and then it is approval is being taken and it is issued to the plant. So this is our system, and whatever you told, sir, now we'll keep it at the main level because we have migrated to the cloud. So we'll put all this learnings and the documentation to that system also, sir.
Yeah, in a simpler language, in a visually or graphical method, you can explain the entire process, how one should go about this process. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thanks, sir. Thanks for your.
Thank you very much. It is quite very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sirs. I think this is a very relevant idea that we should streamline the tender process. So I had done a few cases relating to tenders when I worked in a bar before. Now, the idea here is that tender and the tender processes have gone through multiple rounds of discussion, and it's always subject to scrutiny by the CVC, and how whether the process has been conducted well, and is also subject to regular judicial challenge. So many tenders go to court as well. Now, do you think that the idea that you put forward regarding changing the templates? So why have templates come into existence? Because the templates are tried and tested. So they have been tested before, they have been scrutinized before, and we know that they work. So how do you think that this can be implemented? Is consultation with bidders the only way to improve the template, or do you think that there are further steps which need to be taken? Again, you talked about the quality and cost-based assessment. The quality and cost-based assessment has also been now regularly under scrutiny as to whether it really fulfills the purpose or the goal, and therefore the threshold could not be increased. So what further improvements do you think is required, and do you think that this can be implemented across the board?
Yes, sir. Surely, sir, it will be implemented because once we have got the Atmanirbhar guidelines, so we are basically restricted for the indigenous bidding for less than 200 crores of the project. Recently, sir, government guideline has allowed us to take the foreign bidders as a consortium member. However, the payment will be done in the rupees. So this relaxation, in our cases, in the steel plant project cases, mainly big technology players are foreigners. Equipments are from the abroad. So what we are doing, we are allowing the consortium bidding, in which the foreign components are, we are getting the foreign components from the consortium member of the foreign, and we are basically banking on the erection and commissioning partners or supply partners from the Indian origin. So this way we are basically dealing with the project cases which is less than 200 crores, and more than 200 crores, absolutely no problem, sir. Whatever we are doing earlier, we are doing the same thing. Now, sir, your next question, how the template. So basically, we are basically categorizing the projects in 3-4 levels. Only the equipment supply. Now, second is the supply and commissioning. And some other cases, design is also required, supply is essential, and the commissioning is also essential. In some of the cases, supervision of the commissioning from the technology supplier or the equipment manufacturer is required. So we are taking care a different kind of the EC template. One is for licensor licensing mode. Another is for the OEM and its authorization system mode. Another is the only consortium bidding. Nothing is basically we are restricting. We are just telling, okay, you can have a consortium, and you can have a foreign partner as a consortium member, and you can do the job. So this way, sir, we are categorizing our projects, and accordingly, sir, our this EC is being formulated at CET, sir, for the steel plant projects.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Oh, sir, thank you. Sir, any more questions?
No.
Okay. So thank you, Team CET.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I request you to kindly leave the meeting? Shall I permit, sir? Next team, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. So we are on schedule, sir. So 2 more presentations lined up. The team from SBI, have you joined, sir? Mr. Vijay Doshi, Dr. Kanak,
Yes, sir, we have joined.
Professor N. Krishna Kumar. So I request you all to kindly switch on your cameras.
Yes, I guess it's on already.
Okay. So can you load your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Is it visible?
Yes, the presentation is visible in the full screen mode.
Okay. Shall we start? Speaker off. Sir, are we audible and visible?
Yes.
Good morning. You can start, please.
So
You are
team,
not audible.
We can't hear you.
Team, you're not audible and you are ready to start. Team is not audible.
Am I audible now, sir? Excuse me, am I audible?
And now it's okay.
Now
Now it is okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Can you be a bit louder, sir, please?
Bit louder. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible, but bit loud, please.
1 second. Now?
Yes.
Okay.
You can start.
Yeah. Thank you, and we thank the organizers, the Steel Authority of India, and the NHRDN for giving us the opportunity on behalf of this Professor Krishna Kumar and my co-authors, Dr. Vijay and Dr. Kanak. It's our earnest privilege that we were there in this forum. The particular theme that a case that we have done on pre-approved personal loans, digital lending as a business model innovation of SBI is what.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. There is an echo. If there are multiple connections, it might create an echo. So,
Okay. Now,
for sake of clarity of voice.
Now is there an echo, sir?
No, it's okay, but bit loud, sir. I request you to speak bit loudly. Maybe you're distant from the mic source. You can continue, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I was trying to present that on the theme of pre-approved personal loans. Just to give a context on the learning that this particular presentation entails, the challenges faced by the protagonists and possibly the learning from them. The major case study, this particular case study entails learning on is the how the move from of banks from corporate loan books to more of retail banks and thereby de-risking their portfolio, and how SBA has tried it as coming in clearly in this. Now, how do you aim to be a more of a retail bank by solving the simultaneous equation of sort of serving the customer using the cost-effective ways, including the technological means of AML and so on, and protecting the retail book with lesser delinquencies and scale the book relatively faster for competitive advantage because you are raising in the market. And then how many of these business model innovations by slicing and dicing and subscribing to the modularity element has panned out in this particular case of pre-approved personal loans. That is what we are trying to tell in this particular case. Give a pretext how the whole thing has evolved. I need to take back by about 7-8 years, around 2015 and 16, in the context whereby the bank was facing not only SBI but in general the banking system of India was facing a huge element of bogged down by NPAs and higher exposure to corporate loans and so on, and the NPA percentages were high. That was a time there was a conscious effort by bankers to relatively de-risk from that and move towards more of retail portfolios. But then it was also a challenge. How do you do that? Because saying is easy, but then it makes a whole lot of tough task on the operatives and so in servicing smaller loans in terms of cost. Also, it is a very, very losing proposition. And that is the dilemma the bank has faced, how to move to.
Sir, we cannot hear your voice, sir. Sorry to interrupt you in between.
I see. Now, sir, am I?
Now it's better. Now it's better.
Maybe, sir, you are. Can you come a bit close to the mic source, sir? Maybe you can sit in the front.
Yeah, I'm actually very, very. One second. 1 second. Yeah. So, am I audible, sir?
Yes, now it is better. Now it is better.
Yes. So what I was trying to explain. Am I audible, sir? Mr. Anshuman, am I audible?
Again, I request the other connection. Kindly mute.
Echo, I think.
Echo is not there.
Okay, now you can please try, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was trying to, we were trying to explain is the context at which this particular pre-approved personal loan is coming to the market and how we are trying to, make a beginning into it. And around 2015-16, I was giving a picture of how the banks were trying to make more a radical departure from more of a corporate exposure to making banking more a retail bank. So that was the time when we went in for the this particular element of the share of digital loans being pervaded in the market by the fintechs and the new generation banks were there very much, and that was the kind of a brainer for SBI to work on.
Your voice has gone off again. We need to fix it up. We can't hear you, sir. There's all no voice coming from your side.
Sure, certain things I don't know how. Yeah, how is it now, sir? Is it better?
Yeah, it is much better now. In between, it actually there was no voice.
It's better. So I was trying to explain, the context of how this particular loan is coming to the market. More of personal loans. If you look at, the currently the personal loans occupies and the digital loans that is, the market size of digital loans about more than 50% is both in terms of value terms as well as the volume terms is explained by personal loans and how the future of the digital lending ecosystem was evolving was also thought through in our discussions in SBI, and when they peered into the way of looking at how the pre-approved variety of personal loans is possible, and that's how this particular, though an unsecured loan form, was getting contextualized into a product called pre-approved personal loan. Going forward, we also noticed that there is a lot of other players, and the whole scheme of going against the established players by bringing in technology had its own share of dilemmas, its own share of challenges. And the case of PSPL is in fact a story of how SBI created this non-imitable, non-substitutable, rare, valuable product with an innovative framework with a strategic fit. The learning from this case in terms of the garage concepts used for the ideation leading to the go-to-market strategy that the SBI has employed, and the innovative frameworks used for the strategic fit and the decision-making that is done by the relevant bodies. We'll be discussing that also, and the performance and scalability of the product and the risk perspectives of the product, of the pre-approved personal loan are dealt with in this particular case jointly authored by three of us, and the teaching note has also been presented in this particular day for this so that it is disseminated to the larger audience. So and that's how the whole case has been presented, and we have already been internalized this particular case for making it use in our executive education programs. We're in as a premier institute in the stream of banking and finance, doing training for the larger executives of BFSI sector. We are already connected, and we have been using in the last few months at least, this particular case with the likes of Karnataka Bank and so many other banks. In fact, going forward, we are also scheduled a few other banks, where we have been using these cases. So to give the finer details of how we have gone about in this particular, the problem statement onwards, I would request my co-author, Dr. Vijay, to share more about it. And then it will be followed by Dr. Kanak, who would also be giving her perspective of how the risk management element was factored, this being majorly a unsecured personal loan. Over to you, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, sir, for setting the pretext for the case. Just to
I think, is Dr. Vijay audible?
No, he's not audible. Dr. Vijay, I think you should
Please
unmute
unmute
yourself.
yourself.
You should unmute yourself.
Am I audible, sir?
Please unmute yourself.
Sure, I have done that. Now am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so thank you, sir, for setting the pretext of the case. I want to take the discussion forward by discussing the problem statement. So during the turbulent era, since bank was facing a lot of challenges in terms of customer adaptability of technology, central government was also pushing the digitalization, and emergence of big tech, fintech firms was also posing challenges. So within the time frame, the top management team of SBI realized that they are supposed to bring more technology in the organization with more digitalization and to do it yourself channels. So by setting up a user experience lab, they decided to move further. So as we all know so for this case, the management team, the top management team of SBI is considered as the protagonist, and they were encountered certain issues and challenges, or rather it would be easy to say that they were facing a crossroad. So they were actually discussing what can be done with the availability of data, since we all know that SBI is having approximately 45 crores of accounts. So they were mulling over how to make use of that. So based on certain discussions, SBI came up with digital business models, and they further came up with value proposition in terms of value creation and value delivery. And the outcome of those turning points was a PAPL, pre-approved personal loan. So to make the use of the case into the corporate world, sir has already thrown upon some lights where we have materialized this case. From management education point of view, the case can be utilized in the strategic management area while teaching the product market strategies propounded by ANSOFs. Then the four major types of innovations propounded by Henderson and Clark, and dynamic capabilities propounded by David J. Cleese and Viro framework of J. Barney 1991. So by making use of these three theories, we can create some sort of strategic fit in the organization. So to take the discussion forward, like the key capabilities, by applying the dynamic capabilities of the firm, we can say that 45 crores were the valuable resource for the firm. State government accounts and the central government accounts, approximately 2.5 crores are held by SBI, and even much more than that, because if we add on the accounts of PSUs and other central or state agencies, the number of accounts will go much more. So it will not be easily imitable by the competitors of SBI, and rather we can put it as rare resource of SBI, and which are not easily substitutable. So by making, as you all know, that SBI is the market leader in India, so they are using state-of-the-art technology to come up with innovative products and services. So the discussions have been going around about the use of AI and ML, and SBI has rightly implemented that by making use of innovating the product by creating a digital platform. And on that, we have created Express Credit, that is pre-approved personal loan. So three types of personal loans have been given so far, that is PAPL in terms of car loan, then PAPL in terms of two-wheeler loans, and for pensioners also. And I want to mention one more point here is that we have also came up with a product during the pandemic era. So that was also an special product, but right now, since the things have been normalized, the product has been discontinued. So how the whole thing happened, I just want to discuss that in a nutshell. The entire thing has been discussed into the case. So in the year 2015-16 onwards, like the bank started mulling over how to come up with some innovative strategies, because the ROA and ROE were declining, like they were redefining their books of accounts by writing off certain loans. So a lot of things were going on at that time. The external market environment was also posing threats. As I mentioned, that fintech firms and big tech firms were approaching. So bank actually organized a meeting. The then chairman, Mrs. Bhattacharya, was actually mulling over on the outcome of the survey they conducted. So, like based on the 40,000 customers review, they came up that the young India has not been catered by SBI as such. So the millennials and the smartphone users, by and large, the young population, they were like moving away from the SBI because the new gen players were enticing the customers. So by moving forward, the management gave a deep thought into that, and they decided to roll out their digital agenda thereon. So the idea behind was making use of technology because they were having certain idea. So they created value proposition. We need to unlock this equation. So the protagonist, the top management of SBI, they decided to roll out the digital program of that. So how was that done? So they conducted some garage meeting. This is the way like things are proceeded here. So there were strategic consultants like McKinsey, BCG, and there were also business unit heads of SBI. There were a customer experience architect. There were risk and compliance team, and technology architect were also there. And the major turning points were like to think in terms of improving customer experience, to discuss about the risk aspects of PAPL and products and services introduced on the digital platform. So based on a lot of rounds of meetings and churnings, we came up with this particular product. And the product was ideated based on the few garage meetings. So I have, in a nutshell, highlighted those. So around 1 to 12 days, like how the product was ideated in terms of mapping, like empathy mapping, then further like developing prototypes, then further discussing about API. So technology team was involved in that. Further, the PAPL business case was developed at the end. So these 1 to 12 days were very critical. And then after that, there were a lot of meetings, rounds of meetings, prototypes, and further discussion took place. So these are the core elements of their super app. Because when we say digital platform, so in the 24 November 2017, they launched Yono mobile app, which is known as super app now. So on the application, the PAPL product was launched in the month of November itself, and it was like the customers' requirement were considered by and large. So just to highlight the core elements of like digital bank to reduce the branch visit, then in terms of financial supermarkets to provide a single platform to SBI products and services, in terms of online marketplace to facilitate online store to customers for their lifestyle needs, and in terms of the E2E digitization to strive for seamless customer experience and to bring down the operating costs. Just to highlight that post-COVID era, the cost aspect in financial sector has been considered as one of the grand challenges because everybody wants to reduce the costs. So how was it implemented? So there were few teams created by the management. So overall project governance was done by governing council, which was headed by the chairman and the top executives. Then there was steering committee was there. Then product implementation committee and overall product committee was there. So with very skillfully drafted the roles and responsibilities. Then day-to-day project was also managed and managed by key tasks and the key like day-to-day issues. So from the learning point of view, like for management education purpose, we have a framework of ANSWER's metrics and Henderson's innovation framework. So what we can see here is that existing product and existing market, existing product and new market, whereas on that new product and existing market and new product and a new market. So I will just go through with that. So if we are talking about existing product and existing market, so here the existing product is personal loan and existing market is the existing accounts and quote unquote the salaried account. So as we carefully thought out the implementation of artificial intelligence and machine learning, they actually created some models and they ran through it by ensuring the credit worthiness of those salaried accounts, and they came up with some product that is known as PAPL. Further, they came up with another product which was launched for pensioners because they could ensure the credit worthiness of those elderly persons. And then in case if it is a new market and new product, the class can discuss about radical innovations and the futuristic banking by making use of this framework. And PAPL performance. So quickly, I just want to go through with it. So the total amount was disbursed through digital channels was 1.41 lakh crore. Then PAPL disbursement data of SBI, as I have clearly mentioned here. So approximately 57,000 worth of amount of rupees have been disbursed so far. And this is the NPA data. 0.9% is the NPA so far. Now, the competition in PAPL segment, as we all know that the customer base of SBI is the key source as we are trying to highlight in the case. So, and we can see the other banks' customer base. So that can be a core competency. And here, as you can see that the alternative lending, here is the alternative lending has been categorized, and within that, it is as per the Statista report, like 28.6% fintech firms are also doing some pre-approved personal lending, and like they are disbursing loans digitally. And this particular slide shows that in the year 2070s, that the lending based on digital platforms, public sector banks were far behind. But if we see the data in the year 2020, I mean, we can spot the positive trend in that. So now I would like to request Dr. Kanak to discuss the risk perspective. Over to you, Dr. Kanak.
Thank you, Vijay sir. I hope I'm audible clearly. So we'll quickly go through the risk perspectives which are associated with PAPL as a product. And as we all know, these machine-based models which automates entire lending process come with their own prejudices and biases. And these prejudices and biases exposes banks to a greater risks which is unforeseen and even uncalculated till the time they occur. So we have risk perspectives on PAPL, as this PAPL is dependent upon AI ML function to execute and shortlist customers for us to whom we can offer. They come up with a risk of synthetic identity and existence. Because especially because it is offered through digital source, so we are still having a question that whether the person is existing, the person is alive, and whether the beneficiary is the same whom the loan is offered. Second is possibility of opting loan from two source bank. As this process takes a few minutes and it's just a journey of 4 clicks, then it is a possibility that a person who is opting for PAPL from one bank can go simultaneously for the same bank at the same point. And it is very difficult for it getting reflected in CIBIL score because it is not possible to have a real-time CIBIL score process done. Third is is it suitable for the customer whom it is offered? Because we have to see that it is offered to all, and it might end up over giving or over offering to loans. Some of the other risks which this products come up with are risks related to cyber frauds, data security, and regulatory risks, which banks are concerned about. Some mitigating measures which we as SBI has planned, and our product is designed in such a way that this product is meeting with these challenges, is that these mitigation measures comes with an idea that we will be offering this product to a closed segment of people. Closed segment of people will mean that it will have improved due diligence, which will have very suitable to PAPL concerns. It will include people who will be offered those loans are having a good relationship and a long relationship of healthy transactions with bank and are salaried government employees. It will be offered to them. Then more weightage to relationship with bank is given, that is the transaction history, person's prepayment capacity, then the CIBIL score. Unlike the other financial intermediaries who are offering it based on highly or more weightage is given to the CIBIL score of the person. Fourth is continuous monitoring of CIBIL score can be made to ferret out the deviations, if any, and this will make us or help us in identifying the defaulters well in advance of its occurrence. Fifth and most important risk is, as it is a complete model-based offering, we have model risks there. That is how many iterations that model is taking and how many changes you want to make in that model to shortlist people whom you want to offer. So such and like risks can be mitigated if they are properly addressed. We also have prepared teaching notes for further deliberations. I would request Dean sir to proceed.
You're not audible. And Professor Krishna Kumar. Please
Thank you.
also be mindful of the time, please.
I'm just closing, sir, and so in short, this is about the particular how the PAPL has evolved.
Professor Krishna Kumar, I'm not able to hear you. You are not audible. Sorry.
Now, am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir, now? Am I audible now? Hello? Am I audible, sir?
You're not audible, sir. You're not audible. I don't know. Ashok Kumar, sir, can you hear him?
Not very clearly. And what I say is that for teaching notes, I mean, you can just quickly wrap up because we are already
I know.
time run over, so please do that.
So just that we have given a teaching note also, which is available with you. So this is basically, as we were telling, this is basically about the story of how AML engine was used to create kind of a product, and then how the whole business positions come about to shift to more of a retail book as far as the bank is concerned. So that's the issue that we have tried to solve with this. So we look up to the jury, the eminent jury, to have further any deliberations and to take takeaways from that.
Yes, you have successfully launched this project in SBI, and SBI has been a very innovative organization of late. Not very initially, but after it has been a very innovative organization, and it has got the line share of the customers. Now, ultimately, what do you want? You want other banks to follow this, or you want only SBI to do it in more better way? What's the purpose of this case?
Well, the purpose, as we said initially, so this is basically to document how the entire journey has been, so that there could be a lot of, there's only a kind of the first use case of AML when the super app was developed. So now also the eligibility conditions are pretty strict if you go through finite, because you are giving only to salaried customers and so on. Maybe with the further experiences from this, far more products, since you have a huge database of almost 1/3 of Indians, the way they deal banking and the banking habits, maybe more refined products, both for existing customers or would-be customers, will be possible. So that is in short the learning, and we are sharing it with all other bankers also, since very many other bankers go through our portals in terms of their training, leadership training, and so on. We were sharing with them, and we were also telling them that this is not straight away transferable to your portfolio. You need to do your own due diligence, and the credit engines need to be parameterized accordingly for making better use of this particular case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question to ask. I think in the presentation there was a matrix, a new product, existing market, existing product, new market. So if you were to rank in terms of the success, which one, which launch, which product you will consider as the most successful if you were to do the force ranking?
Yes, sir. Actually, we fall somewhere in the existing to new markets, sir, because primarily what we have used is the data of our existing customers. After all the AML engines and understanding from that, we are trying to create further modularity and trying to move to untested markets also. So somewhere along, there's a kind of a more incremental innovation and a modular innovation combined in the strategic bit of it. So that's how we have taken it as all the co-authors when we were deliberating it, where it falls in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Right, sir. Can I move ahead, sir? You had any other
Yes,
question?
yes, please. Yeah, please
yes.
ask. Yeah, sorry.
So, so I just wanted to ask that what is the dilemma portion that you are trying to answer this? Since you have put a teaching note here, so this is something that we have to ask, because in a class you have to have a protagonist and you also need to have a dilemma to take it ahead. So who are the protagonists and what is the dilemma that we have here?
Well, as initially we has explained, the process was obviously the SBI management. Though we talked about, moving from corporate to more of a retail bank, it is easier said than done. And, we also know that, as retail bankers, the cost structures, the way it plays out, there's a thumb rule in banking. If you're more than 3-4% of delinquencies in retail, then it is not profitable at all. So and you end up for servicing customers, you end up spending a lot of money on that. So there along a solution has to be cracked. This is where technology is coming down, on an end-to-end fashion. Think about deploying, PAPL in the super app, wherein you have not seen the customer, you are just giving a loan in 4 clicks. So a lot of dilemmas are there. It is not the way earlier your documentation, the way it works, or from the origination, the due diligence, who is eligible for it. Not that everybody is eligible for it. Correct. All each of these dilemmas have to be crossed and challenges have to be crossed. And that was the protagonist call they had to take. And the governance structure we have articulated earlier was in fact working more on that. So, and then, from those learnings, perhaps, more products can be, contextualized by teaching it further from these learnings. Now, this is, your ML, you're trying to learn, isn't it? So, I mean, the experiences from this are further can be parameterized to come out with future models as well. So that's the kind of dilemma. It is a very ongoing dilemma. It is not that, the entire dilemma is solved now. So it is at least solved and helped the move create book size of 57,000 crores within about 5 years. That's the something that it has tried to help them.
Okay, sir. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and all the jury members for their right kind of questions, and also we thank you and owe a lot to this particular forum in which we got an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, team from SBI. Thank you all. So may I request you to kindly
yes,
the meeting, please. So, sir, we come to the last presentation.
Yeah.
Shall we take it, sir?
Yeah, sure. Quickly.
Yes, please.
Next team 4, Ride the Eagle, with the case Ride the Eagle.
Okay, sir. That's it from my side.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, and all the jury members for their right kind of questions, and also thank you and a lot to this particular.
Sir, is there multiple connection in your room? Then please.
We are switching off.
You may load a presentation, sir. Share it.
It will be better. Let us have an audio check. It is okay.
Yeah, please. Is it okay for judges, sir? You can check with them, sir.
Yeah, I think we can hear them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
we can
Can you
start.
make it full screen, please, sir?
Okay. I think it is okay. We can start.
Yeah, please start.
So good afternoon and welcome you all for the Anubhav case study contest, respected judges, my dear fellow contestants and friends connected with us. We have bought our case Ride the Eagle. This is about the application of marketing strategy, technological intervention, process improvement strategies to increase the market share of steel supplied by Steel India Limited, SIL, to pre-engineered building, that is PEB market. The case is authored by me, Digvijay Singh, Madam Shabnam Sadab, and Mr. Subradhara of Steel Authority of India Limited. The cast list of the case is a public sector steel company, Steel India Limited,
Protagonist is Miss Priya Mahapatra, working as Senior Manager Marketing in North India SIL Office. Executive Director Marketing, SIL. Mr. Sukhveer Singh, Chief General Manager Marketing, PB Customers, Competitors of TSL, JSL, and others. The background of the case against which it has been set up is the timeline of intervention is mid of 2016 and 2019. The intervention is steered by SIL Northern Regional Office. Intervention is done is B2B, that is a business to business PEB steel segment. The steel product in the central stage or which we are dealing is steel plates. Chairman of the company has informed ED Marketing that PEB has strong growth potential. 90% of the PEB input material are high tensile plates, which is also produced by SIL. SIL has been supplied the ST plates to PEB segment, but has limited market share. He has then said firmly that SIL must snatch a bigger pie of the PEB market. Now let us look at the PEB market potential. India is the fastest growing market in PEB construction segment with a growth rate of 9.5%. Currently, 33% of Indian construction industry is based on PEBs. PEB steel market in India has grown at 26.6% CAGR from rupees 5,000 crore in 2011-12 to more than 13,500 crore in 2015-16. Current market potential of PEB is about 1.2 million ton per annum. PEB market in India is expected to be worth close to 4 lakh crore by 2030.
Till 2015-16, the market share of steel in PEB segment was stagnant at only 2 to 3%. And from comparing the growth chart, while PEB market in India was growing at 23% CAGR, sales growth for steel was lagging at only 15%. Mr. Sukhbir Singh clarified that the market was already captured by the competitors. 50% of total PEB steel demand is for 5 to 10 mm plates. Our main competitor TSL has precision cut to length for HR coil up to 25 mm, which is a big technical lag. We can only supply HR coils up to 10 mm, beyond which we supply PM plate. Specifically in the 10 to 25 mm segment, PM plate has higher price than HR coil. Other than our level playing field in more than 25 to 40 mm segment, it is almost an impossible task for SEAL to capture PEB market. ED Marketing completely disagreed with CGM and wanted to make a strong fight, a fight for substantial slice in PEB. He demanded a plan. Ms. Priya, the recently joined senior manager in Northern India, has been given the task which she had to accept after initial hesitation. The journey of Ms. Priya starts with meeting the customers. Customers want complete solution. All steel need from single supplier, which SEAL could not provide. SEAL products is generally costlier by rupees 1500 to 2000 per ton. Though quality is at par, cost is our major lacuna. Another critical issue is delivery problems. Customer want 30 days delivery, but SEAL standard delivery period is 45 days. Many a time, supply schedule also being mixed. Permanent marking on plate is another differentiation which is a specific customer demand. SEAL could not supply with marking, technological gap was there. Standard length of SEAL HR plate is 6.3 meter, whereas PEB customers require 6 meter length. The extra material is a wastage to customer with increased cost burden. SEAL packet size is 8 to 12 tons as per the plant design. However, customers have smaller 5-ton EOT cranes which mandates them to unpack and use with greater risk of lost traceability.
Ms. Priya visited the SIL plant and met the officials of hot roll coil finishing mill. As they had EOT cranes of 20-ton capacity, usually 8 to 12-ton packets were made for efficient handling. Making smaller packets would be uneconomical and would slow down the loading process. Also, high tensile plates were rolled only once a month. If there was order from important government projects, SIL, being a public sector unit, had to give priority to it, pushing hot roll material rolling to the end of the month. Therefore, mill could not guarantee supply of high tensile plates within 30 days of order placement. Ms. Priya also studied competitor strategy and found that their systems and policies were aligned towards providing total value proposition to the customer. They had set up state-of-the-art plants in Orissa with mills dedicated to production of high tensile material. They had collaborated with world-class service centers offering complete solutions for slitting, shearing, and packaging of material. They offered complete range of required sizes. Also, there was strict adherence to quality standards. While Ms. Priya was engrossed with her research, her boss, CGA Marketing, was convinced that it would be a wild goose chase. He suggests that Ms. Priya should say no to this Herculean task assigned to her and take up some easy desk job. However, Ms. Priya was not to be bogged down and was determined to take up this challenge. She realized that there was cutthroat competition in the PEB market. To enter this market, she needed to adopt the red ocean strategy. The companies present in the red ocean would need to outperform their rival to grab a bigger wallet share. The focus would be on how to exploit the existing demand and beat the competition. Providing value to the customers would be one of the most powerful strategies to win in such a competition market.
As it has been decided to enter fierce competitive PEB red ocean market condition, SEAL team must plan their strategy and catalyze their ability to compete in the market. They have done SWOT analysis and the outcomes are following. The strengths. Brand SEAL is internationally recognized. Products are top ranked in quality aspects. SEAL has warehouses near Uttarakhand, the manufacturing hub for PEB industry. Weaknesses. Customer-centric pricing policy not in place. There is a high lead time. Permanent marking on plate is lacking. Various stakeholders are not in sync. There is not a competitive full range sizes of input material. Now the opportunities, high growth rate of PEB in India, promotion of Indian industry by government through Make in India policy, PEB use high tensile steel. This is a barrier to secondary producers. Steel warehouses are in strategic location. Now the threats, there is fierce competition, perception of SIL as a PSU, competitor offer them firm prices and interest-free credit of 60 to 75 days. After the SWOT analysis, SEAL has classified the input steel plates into the three broad categories so that customized strategy can be formulated. Segment 1, that is a 5 to 10 mm hot roll plate. Pricing in this segment is governed by international market and which is not in their control. It has been proposed to enhance customer value. SEAL offers large packet size of 10 to 12 tons, while the customer requires small packets. It has been proposed to optimize the packet size. The standard length of plate offered by SEAL is 6.3 meter, but PEB requirement is 6 meter length in line with their design. This leads to wastage of material. Proposed action is to align the production specification with the market needs. Marking on each HR plate is not done due to smudging of ink on a hot rolled HR coil. In absence of marking, identification problem arises. Technical solution needed to have a permanent marking on the plates. Now segment 2, 12 to 25 mm plate mill plates. Competitors have coiling facility up to 25 mm, so they can supply HR plates. As SEAL does not have coiling facility, they offer PM plates for this size segment. But PM plates are priced rupees 1,500 to 2,000 ton higher than HR plates. As a result, there is a price disadvantage. To compensate for this, it is proposed to transport the material directly from plant to customer premises, reducing transportation and handling cost from erstwhile rupees 4,700 to rupees 4,000 per ton. Now at the last, that is segment 3, which is for the plates from 25 to 40 mm plate mill plates. SIL is on level playing field in this segment due to cost parity with the competitor for PM plate. It is proposed to increase customer value by keeping 2-month buffer stock in warehouse for off-the-shelf supply. For this, it is planned to use data analytics for predicting the required stock and size. This strategy is applicable for all the 3 segments identified. Further, as lead time for SIL is longer, it has been decided to reduce the lead time through improved production planning and logistics.
Bridging the gap between plant and customers. The objective of production persons are not aligned with customers, a typical bureaucratic approach. This was taken with the care of appointment of single point of contact both in plant as well as marketing department. Frequent customer meetings were organized with greater representation from plant and definite commitment were set and responsibility matrix was finalized to ensure fulfillment of plan in a time-bound manner. Increased total customer value. A major intervention was development of demand projection model, which optimized the logistics. SEAL started MOU signing with customers with bundles of offers associated, such as interest-free credits of 15 to 30 days, more discounts, etc. Stockyard inventory status was updated to customers on a periodic manner, which basically a tool to empower customers. Competing through logistics optimization. SEAL started keeping stock of various products of different sizes in their stockyard at Ghaziabad. Customers had unique pick and choose facility from vast stocks. This off-the-shelf availability was first time in India, an industry benchmark in service. Direct transport of products from plant to customer premises by road fetched a dual benefits such as reduced cost by rupees 700 per ton and decreased lead time with assurance.
With implementation of the planned actions, SIL saw quantum jump in orders from PEB customers. However, there were problems which were not envisaged earlier. One customer reported that while cutting 8 mm HR plate into narrow strips, problem of bow formation was observed. These strips had to be later straightened before use, resulting in wastage of man-hour. Another customer reported that their expensive plasma cutting torch was damaged due to this problem of bow formation. So the customers refused to give further orders till corrective action was taken. This issue was addressed by technological intervention using PDCA concept, that is plan, do, check and act. This is a model for continuous improvement in business process. Chemical analysis of the product was done in research and development lab. The results showed that this problem occurred due to high niobium content in steel. The corrective and preventive action report was submitted to the customer's quality department. Subsequently, one trial heat was made with niobium and supplied to the customer. Here, no bow formation was observed and it was found to be suitable for plasma cutting. Therefore, decision was taken to use this modified chemistry for future PEB supplies. Second issue was the absence of permanent marking on HR plates. This was addressed by adopting new technology of laser marking. SIL focused on providing customer satisfaction through continual improvement and ironing out all the issues as and when they arose. All the concerted efforts of Ms. Priya and the SIL team finally bore fruits. As can be seen here, market share of SIL more than doubled within a span of 3 years, which was commendable. SIL successfully penetrated the PEB market in all the 3 segments that they targeted. It is rightly said that the success is not a journey, it is a journey, not a destination. SIL is all set to embark on its journey of growth and has big plans for the future. They plan to enter the PEB market in Western and Southern India. They also plan to modernize their HR coiling facility in line with the market demand. Another future plan is to foray into the fast-growing earth-moving equipment segment. This brings me to the end of our presentation. The image that you see is of Rafael hangars at Ambala, a PEB structure made with steel supplied by SIL. Team SIL takes great pride for having supplied material for this project. Thank you and Jai Hind. We are ready to take questions, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. This is the case about the, where the customer is not with you, and you are going to suggest certain red ocean strategy so that you can be in the market. Now, when you talk about red ocean strategy, you are basically talking about giving the value to the customer.
Yes, sir.
Which perhaps you are not able to do in the case of pricing or the product what they want, but some other way you want to address their needs.
Yes, sir.
That's understood, but what I found that in the whole process, when the problem came, then the solution was given. So I just want to understand that why, with such a vast experience, and such a rich experience, why the problems cannot be foreseen and why the proactive actions are not taken. Now you can't retain the customers that you give the material to him, he uses it, he finds problem, then you take your own time to get the solution and get back. By that time, your customer lose their business.
Yes, sir.
So that process we keep on losing the customers. So in red ocean strategy, you must have to think about that how you can give the permanent value addition which doesn't require any other action. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You are totally right, sir.
Thank you, sir. See, I want to know from a different angle. So this mainly focus on the customer strategy changes into the production system. So what role HR systems and processes played in this entire exercise in the entire case study? So did you capture that in your case study?
Sir, you are talking about the HR processes.
Yeah, HR processes, HR systems. Yes, human resources.
Yes, yes. Sir, here what we say is that we brought about a cultural change. In SIL, the culture prevalent was they were comfortable with the size of coil packets they were making. They were comfortable that the marking was not there. And they were very comfortable with having a certain length of cutting of the plates. And the production team was not at all in sync with the requirements of the market. So the intervention here was organizing, bringing the customers and the production team and the marketing team on the same platform, so that the production unit understands gets first-hand information about the requirement of the demand of the customer, and they align their production accordingly. So the role of HR would be here, sir, to bring them on the same platform, the production, marketing, and the customers.
Yeah, so somewhere to enhance the value of this case study, you may like to insert a section, the role of these things in bringing out this change in the culture, in the mindset, in the people, and how do we overcome the resistance to change. So because that will make this case study more maybe strengthened, it will strengthen further. Yeah.
Sir, I'd like to add one point what Madam has said. That the main role HRD has played that is the sensitization of the plant people through exactly the customer needs. So we have also shown in our slides, sir, that there were a series of customer interactions. Earlier, there were little participation from plant people and shop heads who actually take the decision during production or rolling process. So this was a major intervention in terms of HRD intervention that which plays a major role in both in sensitizing the plant people what actually customer need, and so that these can be implemented. And during these processes, another thing was intervened, that plant people also raised their concern to marketing as well as customers. So these HRD these meetings were not only a single lane process, but it was a mutual discussion between them, and both customers, marketing, and plant people actually learn from each other. So these are, we can say that these are Leo workshops or sensitizing workshops, series of workshops were there. So HRD plays a major role in actually sensitizing the people, because ultimately at the end of the day, it is not the process or it is not the systems, it is actually the human mind which runs these processes and systems and serving the customers better, sir.
Yeah, so the way it is documented also, it actually implicitly talks about the Priya's role. Okay, how people were kind of cynical about ki nothing's going to happen. You can take the desk job and all of that. So
Actually, I want to add something that the steel industry is actually very big industry, and there are various linkages are there from the raw material as in integrated steel plant, from the raw material to the finished product we are providing. So definitely the HR intervention is play very important role in making everybody in sync so that they can think in the same lines.
Yeah.
Thank you for your suggestion.
You can add little bit of that in the case study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, over to you, Ansuman sir.
Thank you, sir. So from my end, I think the thing is that there is also a parameter which we need to look at, because the marketing team did suggest a lot of improvements, but I think there's a cost implication also behind those, the entire process. So return on the investment made is also a key parameter here, whether there was a return on the investment made, because you can have many ways of acquiring market share. Some come at a cost, and there may not be basically profits made on gaining market share, when profits made while gaining market share. This is an important parameter which you should, I think you should also look at, that market share has been gained, but has it come at too much cost? Whether there has been a lot of expenditure, and whether this is something which the company, or did it make actually have a profit effect on the company? Did the company make a profit? So this is also one parameter which I think you should evaluate. So is there any data that you have on that?
Sir, presently we don't have data as such, but what we are saying is that there were not much of investment in a technology. The only investment that was made was holding the 2-month buffer stock in the stockyard. So the only cost implication involved is the stock holding cost in the yard. Apart from that, there was no technological expenditure as such.
Right. You also talked about the laser printing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and also the modification of the process to remove the niobium and the entire research process. So did those also involve cost issues?
Sir, I want to add one thing, that steel is very integrated steel plant. They have got their own R&D. So the R&D intervention is done through the in-house resources. Regarding the laser printing, you are right that it is to be procured. But as we have divided the whole segment of the plates into three segments, in a segment one, when we are dealing with 5 mm to 10 mm, the major intervention is required on that segment only. And for the other two segments, one segment we are at par. And in the segment number 2, we are providing the PM plate, which is in a quality wise better as compared to the HR plate. So here we have shown in the last slide, that if we go for because here we are providing a better quality product, but in general it required if we provide the lower quality HR plate, it can also serve the purpose. So definitely, if we go for the HR plate, as we have shown in the feature intervention, that if we go for the expenditure where we can do our return on investment exercise for introduction of coiling plant. If you go for the coiling facility, definitely we can switch over to HR coils. Here, there will be huge cost benefit. So definitely the major intervention or major expenditure which is done to the first stage and the second stage, and because of the big company, we are using the in-house facilities in a number of the intervention. As madam has told, that the only the stock holding the stock for the 2 months is a major call. Otherwise, we are providing the value to the customer by treating the bubble formation, and also providing the ready-made solution available at our stock.
Right. Thank you, sir. That's from my end. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are done.
So thank you, sir. Thank you, team. May I request you to kindly leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Since it is also being streamed online, for those viewers who are viewing it online, there will be a short break, 15 minutes break for the jury discussion, and thereafter the live streaming will resume. So there will be a brief pause for the live streaming.
Rajesh, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Rajesh?
Yes, sir. Just 1 second, sir. Yes, sir. I could hear you, sir, and your video is also, sir, perfect. So just to update you, sir, we just finished with the presentations of the teams, and there were 2 categories, category A, category B, and 4 teams were there. So we finished with both the categories, and currently we have enabled a breakout room where the jury members are discussing exclusively, and we will currently the video is also being live streamed, so participants are also waiting, and we'll be back soon, sir, in 5 to 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, great. ठीक है.
Okay.
लाइट जा रहा है यार. वो दोनों का डिफरेंस हम नहीं समझ पा रहे. ये क्या है? ये तो तुम्हारा
Yeah.
Sorry, we got in the main room now.
Sir, yes, Ashok Kumar sir, I'll just send you a message, sir, because we are live here. Okay.
Judges, you are unmuted. Kindly mute yourself, sir. We'll be coming back in a couple of minutes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Ashok Kumar sir.
Yes, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Atanu from MTI.
Okay, how are you?
Fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Good to see you.
Sir.
So, Antanu, you are still in MTI, not gone to mines?
No.
Okay.
Maybe in the next phase, I will.
Next phase you want to go to mines. Okay.
Yes, sir, sir.
Good to see you. Yes.
Sir.
Everything's fine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Antanu, from old timer, there's nobody now.
Jitendra is still continuing, sir. Jitendra, Pranab Kumar.
Pranav is there, yes.
Pranab, Jitendra, myself. Old one. I mean, you remember in Toto, you are my tutor. So I learned a lot from you, sir.
It's a long time, you know.
And India is now, it is led by very vibrant and dynamic leader recently. You must.
Sir, welcome back, sir.
Yeah.
So I will just, we are live, sir.
Okay.
So I'll let in all the participants also. And thank you, sir, for your patience and wait.
I will request all the participants, please start your videos for a screenshot we will like to take.
And please mute yourself. All the participants, please mute yourself and remain muted, please. So we will be moving forward and coming to the business end of this edition of Anubhav. And for the concluding remarks, for us, we welcome EDHRD SAIL, Shri Sanjeev Kumar sir. Sir, welcome, sir. Under the guidance of sir and the sir's patronage, the Anubhav 2022 has been organized and is being conducted. And sir is one of the vocal advocates for also for Industry 4 in the manufacturing and the process industry and in the country. Is known for pioneering and leading the adoption and implementation of digitalization, digitization, and predictive analysis tools in the steel industry. Also under the guidance of Sir, MTI and SAIL has embarked a new journey of L&D. So without much ado, sir, I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Rajesh. Namaskar, everybody. It is really nice to connect with such luminaries. So once again, my pranams to all of you. I find many eminent persons are there in the jury. So I believe that this 10th version of Anubhav has been a I would say, game changer sort of thing, because the kind of involvement our team members made, I saw them running around and trying to elicit responses from various teams, and that somehow happened to be a very Herculean task. So the organizing team, the jury members, and the participants, I congratulate each one of you for really doing a wonderful job. And in this culminating session, when we are all set to announce the results, I would just say that it has been a very, very wonderful, collection and compilation of case studies that I also somehow managed to sneak through. And I believe that in the present context, where times are really changing fast, and I think never before in the history of mankind we had such a, the amount of changes, the quantum of changes that we are seeing right now is, mind-boggling, because every other day a new product is hitting the deck as far as electronics industry particularly, and computer, ICT and all go. And that is why the L&D also faces a kind of, I would say, dilemma as to how quickly we can address, so that we are not left behind. And I felt that this case study contest was amalgamation of all that is required for that change. Because as on date, I feel that there are 4 types of L&D initiatives we are taking: contextual, aspirational, experiential, as well as exponential. And all these 4 components somehow came to the fore during this contest. And all the leading companies, in the world are now basically trying to adopt innovative ways of doing business due to these disruptive technologies. So Agile and Lean, and this cross-functional collaboration, then fluidity in learning ecosystem. All this has one and very simple answer, and that is the case study competition. It really helps you engage. It really gives you a purpose, and most importantly, the various domains in which we are operating also comes to the fore. My only wish is that the kind of participation we had, I think we had some 40 cases this time registered, and most of the cases were very good. And I only wish that through all the case studies, the failures where we failed, most of the case studies I found was basically leading to some sort of success. But the failure part also, if it is captured very nicely, why we failed and where we failed, and how then we could overcome that situation to come out with her. Because all the cases must have had its downturns. So that is one area I wanted next time around we can concentrate on addressing, the rather bringing to the fore the failure part also. And it is like we have to be now enablers basically. So enablers and listeners, and then only we can move ahead in this changing time. So very nice, and congratulations once again to one and all who did a wonderful job in, I won't say that it has been a huge success in terms of the number of registrations. Yeah, my dil mange more, but the book of selected cases, they have compiled, and I was just going through that. So that is also a very good compendium, so to say. So this will also help all the participants, jury members, and professionals in L&D field as well as technological field alike. So very nice, keep it up, and next time round I believe that we should have more of participation as well as focus on failures. As far as this selection criteria of judging is concerned, I find that this is a very unique one because you have 3 levels of screening, and in the second stage, they are doing blind review of cases. So that is in a way good because biases are somehow, simply eliminated in this methodology. So I think that whoever is the winner and whoever, I won't say loser, because all of us realize and recognize that all the case study presenters have been winners in their own right. It's just the perception of the jury or the selection criteria which just put them behind those who won. So once again, my congratulations to one and all, especially to the participants, jury, and organizers for conducting this event so smoothly. And Bada Sa Tika you might be seeing on my Chokta face. So this is basically, I had been to just back from my Vishwakarma Puja Pandal to be in time to interact with you all. So wish you all the very best and sincere and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for your warm and encouraging words. And as always, sir, under your guidance, we will strive for much more and healthier participation next time, sir. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead with the program, we had a very eminent jury, and the members of the jury had a very patient, gave a very patient hearing to all the cases throughout since morning, and they also had deliberated amongst themselves the nuances of the cases and the merits. So I now invite the jury members for their observations before actual announcement of the awards. I request the jury members to kindly give their observations, sir. So anyone, sir, anyone? Dr. Gordon Sani?
Yeah,
sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajesh. It was indeed pleasure to listen to all the participants, the kind of content, the rigor, and bringing out the real challenges at the corporate level, as also the from academic point of view, the way they were written. So I thoroughly enjoyed this 8 presentations since morning, and also I have gone through those cases before today's presentation. Cases cover range of issues such as entrepreneurship, product launch, positioning dilemma, growth strategies, and also they represent both the categories: academic angle, which are typically conventionally designed for teaching in B schools and other management programs in the master's and executive program. So they have a lot of value and content to derive the major takeaways of that particular course. In terms of corporate category, if you look at, we could see the different interventions taken by various organizations. Of course, there are many from the SAIL and also one from SBI. So as an academician, this was an eye-opener for me also, the kind of work that is happening. And managers at the corporates are addressing the real challenges at the ground level, and how that can be leveraged for teaching in the classes. So of course their format is slightly different in terms of presentation and the other things, but then it has a lot of value for classroom teaching too. So and of course, coming to decision all, I will not announce it, maybe the team will announce, but only thing I want to say, it is always challenging to come up with a winner when you see good quality submissions. So although you might not win, that should not be disheartening, and that should not kind of put you in an impression that our work was of not good quality. In a contest, there are always winners and losers. So my request to the team and that we should not be putting in that way that others work best. So somewhere we have to take a call. We had to deliberate. We had to contest. We had to challenge each other in the discussion which we had just now, some time back. Which is best, which is not best, why it is best, not best. So those challenges we encountered. So it was challenging, but then somewhere we have to settle down to come up with those names. So I think it was very well organized by the cell team and MTI. So I congratulate them, the team, the organizers, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Mohammed Ji, all of them, and Mr. Sanjeev, kind of support to the team. So thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for inviting me for this event.
Thank you, sir. And may I also request our jury member, Dr. Anshuman Hazari, sir.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and the organizers and the participants. And thank you first for inviting me to be a part of the jury for today's event. It was indeed a pleasure to be a part of it and also to listen to the various cases which were presented. I believe a lot of the cases basically reflect the real life challenges which companies face today, and also the changes which have happened after COVID-19. So it was a lot to learn. I really like to be a part of it and also enjoyed it. Just to put forward my 2 cents on which I think improvements which can be done in the future. I will not say improvements, but I believe there are always opportunities to make it better in terms of the participants for the future. One thing which makes cases interesting is the dilemma and the actions by the protagonist. Now, this is something which is very crucial for an interesting case to be used in the class and also for discussion by corporate professionals as well. So in the future, whenever we are looking at cases, this is something that you should look at, that is there a dilemma present and what is the solution, or what are the different options to the dilemma. We won't say solution, because if it won't say solution at the end, it is up to the person reading it to frame the solution, but you have to have a clear dilemma. The second thing is, what I always say is that you should not always be there for the last moment to submit the case. So when you read a case, if you find that there is missing data, or if you do find that there are spelling errors and grammatical errors, it is some sort of a negative. So please always run a spell check, always run a grammatical check before you make the final submission. It does not look very good if the final outcome that you submit to such an eminent competition contains these. So this is something that I would like to highlight. Otherwise, thank you for making me a part of the event, and it was really a pleasure. Thank you. Right.
Thank you, sir. And may I now request Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir, to kindly give some words of wisdom to us.
All right, I will be very brief. Good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to be associated with MTI always. And thanks to organizers. Thanks to everyone for involving me in this particular exercise. To me, this is not a competition alone. Basically, this is also a learning process. We learn through this process also. And all of you have done very commendable job. My congratulations and compliment to all of you. When we write a case, we write for a purpose. In fact, a case can be written in different ways. And many we have seen in this particular exercise also that a number of styles and number of ways have been used to write the case. But one thing which is common, which should be very distinct, is the purpose. Why you are writing a case? And case is being written for a particular purpose. And for that purpose, once we decide about the purpose, we search for incidents in the own organizations or elsewhere. And if you do not get the proper incidents to write a case, there is no compulsion that you have to write a case. We can still teach that purpose through using some other case. By taking permission, we can use others case. So the purpose should be the focus, and one should not fit the purpose after writing the case. That's a very common mistake we commit. We write a case, then we are asked to teach this course, and we fit that case in that particular course. That doesn't go well. So you should very clear that for what purpose, for what learning purpose we have written this case, and whether this particular case is suitable for this session, for this theme or not. So this is my just in brief the comment and suggestions to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And may I also request the jury panel to kindly announce the winners. I will also share us our presentation, and let me just load it up. Is the presentation visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So may I now request the jury members to kindly for category A, if they can announce the winners followed by first runners up and then the winners. Sir, for
So
category A,
Ashokji, you can take the lead.
Okay, I will announce for the category A, and as told by others, this has been a very difficult job because all the cases were very competitive, and it was tough job. We adopted methodology of consensus. We had deliberation, and then we decided with the consensus that what should be the outcome. So this is just simply a task which was to be performed. That doesn't mean that the others are loser. Everybody is a winner, but we had to do it, so we are doing it. In the category A, that is corporate category, the runner is flying a turbulence. That is the runner from our side. Flying a turbulence is the runner in the category A. And the winner in category A is Ride the Eagle. So these are results for the category A. All right. So Mr. Saini, you can announce for category B.
Sure, sir. Thank you. So in the academic category, after a lot of deliberation, we had to come up with two names. So the runner-up in this category B, that's academic category, is Fruta Cafe. That is the runner-up. Okay. And the winner in this category is Employee Wellness at the Crossroad. These are the two names that we could agree on. So congratulations to the winners in both the categories.
Let's give a round of applause to all the members, all the winners, the runners-up of both the categories.
Can you show category A? Can you show, Mr. Rajesh?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good.
So we already shown category A.
Yeah, photograph did not come. Yeah, this is all right.
Yes, sir. And category B. Okay. But and congratulations to all the finalists, especially who have taken such an painstaking efforts and such an arduous task to make such a thorough cases. And as the quote is also very apt, that winning and losing isn't everything, and sometimes the journey is just as important as the outcome. So we all had quite a learning from hearing to the cases also and throughout the journey also. So I congratulate all the finalists and thanks for their efforts. And moving ahead, may I request also to judges to also announce for the release of the case book, sir. You can just say, sir, released, and we will digitally release it, sir.
Released.
Released. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is released.
Yes, sir. The book of the selected cases has been also uploaded on the website along with the past compendium cases also. So with this, we come to, we are nearing to the closure of the function, and for the next moment, may I request for the vote of thanks, Shri Atanu Mukherjee, sir, CGM in charge, HRD at MTI. Atanu Mukherjee, sir.
Thank you, Rajesh. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of SAIL and NHRD Ranchi chapter, it is my honor to propose the vote of thanks to our esteemed jury members of final round of 10th Anubhav Management Case Study Contest 2022. I am extremely thankful to all of you for your kind presence in spite of your busy schedule. The Anubhav, the Management Case Study Contest, is organized in every year to encourage the line managers of corporate and the academician for self-development through reading and carrying out research and encourage the inflow of new ideas and concepts in the management. My heartiest congratulations to the winner and the runners-up team of 10th Anubhav Management Case Study Contest 2022. In fact, all the finalists are champions and are asset of different corporate and academic institute. On behalf of SAIL and NHRD Ranchi chapter, I express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed jury member, Dr. Ashok Kumar Saab, former head of academics MTI, Dr. G.K. Saini from TIS, and Dr. Anshuman Hazarika from IIM Ranchi for their kind suggestion and valuable guidance to our participant and spending a lot of valuable time in going through all the selected cases and assessing them through their presentation and discussion. I am very much thankful to our top management of SAIL, head of different corporates, head of academic institutes for giving their valuable support, encouragement, nomination, and selection of the team. I also like to express my thanks to all our finalists of the final round of 10th Anubhav, the Management Case Study Contest 2022 for their active participation, competitive spirit, and quest for excellence through their comprehensive research work in management case study context. And I also like to thank all those who motivated and supported these participants in their work. I thank all the heads of training and their team members of HRD Center for their active support and cooperation for management case study contest. I sincerely thank our Executive Director HRD, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Saab, for his guidance and active support in the entire process of organizing and conducting the final round of management case study contest. I also thank Muhammad Yusuf Hussain, Secretary NHRD Ranchi chapter, Sri Rajesh Kumar, coordinator of this final round contest, Sri Prashant Soni for giving all the support in the IT area, and all the members of Team MTI and all the members of Team SAIL team members of all the chapters of NHRD network for their valuable contribution in the conduction of Management Case Study Contest 2022. So at last, thanks to all. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
Thank you.
thank you all the participants. Special thanks to the jury. And with this, we can conclude the program. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.